So are we good to go?
You are. You have audio now, so everybody can hear you, and you can start counting us on down.
All right. Do you guys want me to count down? So I'm a
impartial
bystander.
Sure.
All right. Everybody ready?
Mm-hmm.
On go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck, guys.
Welcome everybody to ARPGME. My name is Mytherium.
That lives is designed to end.
I'm Amei. I took a great nap.
Trapped
I'm Shabu. I'm going to be your commentator and, well, I guess main commentator along with these two boys. And it's going to be maybe a little odd because I think that when you're doing a race and you want to talk about your own run and someone else is somewhere else, so we're going to have to balance that. But both of these runners are very technical, very good, super fast, super established. Everybody knows about them. Everybody loves them, and you're going to love them too over the span of this run. They are also the only two people, I believe, to have runs on the leaderboard for very hard, so they are not averse to getting their hands a little dirty.
At least in the E ending. This category in particular is the all major endings for NieR Automata, so we go through A, B, C, D, and E.
So fortunately and unfortunately, the beginning starts just like any other run. We have the shmup, which I always feel the need to say is actually not indicative of what the game is actually going to look like. It's going to be a kind of 3D action RPG, if you will, ARPG. So all this is really memorized shmup patterns, and we're going to be trying to kill enemies off screen, on screen. We're going to be killing enemies fast. It's going to be furious. And we're just going to get through this shmup as quick as possible. There's a couple things that we can do. First of all, there are 2 AI minutes where we're going to just kind of shove our buddies over into a little corner or to the side, and they're going to kill something for us a little bit faster than if we had just let them be in their own devices.
It is actually worth mentioning that this is, I think, the first time that E ending has been featured as a race in a marathon. So that's exciting.
Assuming captain's duty.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to refresh the stream. I'm a little bit behind.
Oh, it's okay. Just let's
Multiple surrounding enemy air units confirmed. Requesting permission to assume mobile configuration.
So a lot of this is very optimized. We know exactly where everything spawns. There's not too much going on, really. Just trying to take him out as fast as possible.
Captain, I think 4B down. 2B to Operator 6-0. All allied units down. The operation is compromised. Awaiting further orders. Operator to 2B.
Sorry guys, I feel so dumb, I'm trying to refresh. Anyway, so I like to take this chance to talk a little bit about combat before we actually get into it, because once we get into the run, it's going to be kind of non-stop, big boy pumping action, and it's going to be really hard to talk about some of the basic stuff, and then it gets thrown to the wayside, and then people are watching, they're like, wait, what the heck are they doing? I don't understand what's going on, and you're saying weird words that nobody understands, so we're going to try and get some of that out of the way right now. Most of the movement in this game is our attacks, which I think is really, really cool. So we're going to be using attacks to get around really, really fast, and to use them to clip out because the walls are paper, and we have a giant sword, and so we just say, that doesn't matter. One thing about the game is that it's very trigger heavy, so we're going to be going out of bounds, grabbing triggers, jumping in bounds, you know, the usual kind of speedrun fare. But it's going to be pretty flashy, and I love the way it looks, so it should be pretty fun. Again, all the shmup sequences are non-randomized, so they're entirely memorized, and so most of the shmup sequences are pretty well optimized, except for maybe a couple.
Yeah, we've definitely done our fair share of shmups.
So one thing you'll be seeing in the combat, since both players are in the actual action RPG section, as I said, this is what we're going to be kind of looking like for a majority of the run, is that they're going to be dashing and then throwing out a heavy attack with the light sword. That's what we call damage glitch, and eventually we'll be able to upgrade it a little bit and change out our weapon sets to get double damage glitch, which is going to double that. What damage glitch does is, for some odd reason that science can't explain, we have 5 times damage on each tick of the sword swinging when we dash and swing heavy attack. This is going to be used in combination with flashing the flashlight furiously at the enemy to taunt them, and then later on after prologue, or actually even a little bit, we'll get a slow-mo where if you charge a pod program, then it slows the rest of the world down and allows us to really optimize combat. So combat is kind of crazy, has ridiculously high APM, and I'm talking really fast.
Lots of things are happening in the game. Prologue is sort of the unanimous, I guess, part in the game that's really complex in its inputs. So a lot of things are all happening all at the same time.
So speaking of which, the first thing we're going to do is clip out and skip this whole section over here by doing a skip called not bridge skip.
Train skip.
Train skip. Thank you. Myth doing a very super clean job of it.
I know.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm still trying to figure out the.
You should be able to pause the stream and VLC or something to refresh it.
Yeah, just pause and unpause. Should hopefully work.
Cool. Perfect. Thanks, guys. I'm just a total dunce who has only 2 brain cells. Sometimes they rub together and make something happen. Most of the time they just kind of bounce around.
I tell that to myself every time I do these prologues.
So we're gonna, as I said, we are using attacks to gain height and get like tasty yum yum. Those are my vocal fillers. I'm sorry, you're gonna be hearing them a lot. Those are tasty yum yum time to get through and out of bounds. Since I missed it on Amei's screen on Myths, he's just going out of bounds right here. There's a little corner you can jump over. This just allows us to skip some top-down sequences.
It's unnecessary.
As for Amei, who I believe is on the right side. Yes. Okay, so Amei's on the right side, Myth is on the left side. Angle swag?
Yep, angle swag.
Yeah, angle swag. Alright, so we're gonna just come up here and save literally like 0.25 seconds.
Hell yeah.
Beautiful. It looks cool as heck, though.
I know.
And now we come up to our first kind of like actual, well, not actually first boss. You remember that arm we fought earlier with the giant saw blade, like dealio? Yeah, that's gonna be coming back, but there's gonna be 2 of them. But we don't really care about the second one because we can just damage down the first one with some very well-placed damage glitches. Now, Amei, no stranger to prologue, as most people who run this game a lot are. Woo! Myth gets a.
That's a very tight angle skip.
Yeah.
Or angle swag.
You brushing the rest off, Myth?
There should be another facility across that bridge.
A little bit. I'm feeling it.
Should we check it out?
But
I feel like my performance. I've always had really bad prologues.
I guess even they get bad.
I think this will be a pretty close race. Honestly, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I think it's going to be pretty hype. One big difference that I should point out now is that eventually, Amei is going to get a larger version of a chip than Mytherium is, which is going to literally change kind of the whole run, because it has to do with the. Sorry, had a little burp. It has to do with words are hard sometimes. I'm tired. money. It has to do with a lot with the money routing and how much items Amei is going to have, and then how much damage he's going to take. And eventually it's going to be really, really scary to take some damage, and we are not going to want to take any damage.
Yeah.
Because if you die in a certain section towards the end, then you have to start from a long time ago. So I think that this could be a pretty tasty run. We'll see.
Since
There's
we're
definitely
definitely angles, do we want to explain what some of the things that can happen here?
Yeah, so there's so it really doesn't matter who's behind in prologue, because our big boy here, our beautiful, beautiful machine baby boy, Angles, is going to have a few attacks, and depending on the RNG, will either lose time or not lose time. And Amei loses about 4 or 5 seconds by getting the clap, which is pretty decent RNG. It's not great, but it's better than punches. If you get punches, you lose, what, like 30 seconds?
About there, yeah.
About 20 something.
20 something, 24, I want to say. I don't know. I'm pulling numbers out of nowhere now. Now Amei is going to do a little trick here just to be a little bit out of bounds, doesn't have to worry about attacks, and is a no piper. Very diplomatic, very safe choice. Kind of
I
like
stick to the iron pipe. Sadly, won't be able to see that today, though.
What's your status?
This is the
Yeah,
time.
that's sad.
I'm going to destroy.
So what pipe are you, Myth?
Right.
Myth is...
I am the supreme left piper.
Oh, it's nice to have another left piper in the chat. It's, you know, we may be on the left, but we're on the right side of history, you know what I mean? That's a really bad pun.
And what's even better is that I'm on the left side of the stream, and I'm on the left pipe.
Oh man, if you guys were at the same time and then you were on the right pipe and then the left pipe, then that would have been like a beautiful thing of symmetry. Alright, so there's another movement tech that I need to explain. Amei is going to do a double lift, which is when you're on a slope. You can lift by doing a jump heavy, and then if your feet touch the ground, the game's like, oh yeah, by the way, you touch the ground, you have another jump, so you can do a double lift, and that gets us a lot of height. We're going to be using that a decent amount of times to get over some walls that the devs, I don't think, expected us to be able to get over. Amei had a pretty good ninjas fight there, because they like to jump back and dodge.
Hacking in.
They can definitely be very mean.
You can miss all of them with a laser. They can literally all jump out of the way.
No response to commute.
Now, just catching my breath a little bit, sorry. There's a little bit more RNG involved here. Angles can be a bit of a meanie head, if you will, by attacking us during a certain amount of dialogue. So we're waiting for a chunk of dialogue, and then there's going to be a cutscene, and then we're going to beat Angles, and prologue's over. Hooray, we can get into the real meat of the run. Especially since this is pretty much the same as what you've seen if you've seen a NieR run before. But Angles in the vein of loving to screw over runners, can do one last kind of screw you by giving you attacks during this last dialogue. So what Amei is doing is pause buffering to keep the dialogue playing because it's a dialogue trigger, but not get any more attacks.
I was very close.
It talks? I didn't know the machines had that kind of intelligence.
And you'll be able to see that on Myth's screen. Again, a little bit easier because you can actually hear the dialogue.
Hacking in to provide support.
I don't know about this timing.
To be the control.
Fast attack? No, I shouldn't have done that.
You should
So if I hadn't have paused there, then Angles would have been finishing his animation around the same time that dialogue would have finished. It's a pretty small optimization, but it's still worth pointing out.
So Amei's just going through some cutscene percent. Amei's going to be setting up some settings right here. And the really cool thing about this is it does not matter at all an A ending outside of the like initial doing it. But an E ending, A to Z, and other endings that have B ending in it, you're actually going to see that again. So if you have time loss in the setup sequence, you're going to have that time loss again in B ending. So you really want to get this right the first time. Now, I missed this on Amei's screen, but Myth is going to jump over a section here, and that's going to just allow him to skip a slow walk animation, which we'll be doing pretty often, except usually we'll be like attacking through it or dashing through it, punching through it, any kind of other thing. Any animation overwrites the slow walk animation, so. Speaking of
a lot of the cool
interrupting,
stuff that we end up doing. Sorry, go ahead, Shelby.
Speaking of interrupting, that's funny because that's actually what I was going to say. Speaking of it, we're going to be using dialogue to interrupt other dialogue, and then they kind of punch each other. Like, have you ever seen two rams go at it and just tonk and like butt heads? That's what's going to happen. They're both going to fall on their backs, and that's going to cancel dialogue. What Amei tried to do was pull up the partner dialogue, which is going to cancel. The first major deviation from A route is going to be picking up this chest, which has 3,000 gold, because in E ending, money is tight. And especially on Amei's route, because Amei's picking up taunt +6, which is not only really scary to have, but also you run out of money real fast. So Amei's going to have to make a few small little adjustments to buying and stuff like that. Let's see if Amei, or not Amei, I'm sorry guys. Let's see if Myth can get this dialogue cancel. There it is.
Feels weird.
And that's what happens. The two dialogues just kind of butt heads, and then they're both gone.
So something to put into perspective, because Amei is going for a more expensive chip, he's having to collect, like, I don't know, I forget exactly how much more, but at least a couple thousand more gold than I have to, because the chip that I need is just significantly less expensive.
Amei's buying 6,500.
So it's a little bit more tight for him.
So that's going to manifest itself in less recoveries, generally. So Amei is going to want to play without getting hit more. With getting hit as little as possible, which, yeah, that's like normally the goal, I guess. But we're going to pick up a chip that normally makes it not so bad to get hit.
Why do you think they sent a combat model like you to a
Which I'll explain when we get there. For now, we've got a really exciting shmup sequence. Everyone loves them. Everyone loves to watch them.
So lots to say about them. 10% of this game is shmups.
Yeah, no, there's really not a lot. And they're really fun when you're doing it casually, but when you're doing the speedrun, they're kind of like an execution test. Just like remember the waves, remember all that stuff. If you switch back over to Amei's screen on the right, you're gonna see the slow walk cancel by dashing into it. Oh man,
that was spectacular.
Myth, maybe or maybe not. Maybe Myth's a genius and we're just not onto it. Some kind of weird RNG manipulation. Used the pod program a little bit early to kill the spinner there.
Oh, I didn't quite get it.
Because usually you can kill all the small little flyers in just enough time, so that way you can preemptively fire it off, and basically insta-kill the medium flyer that spawns right on top of you.
Alright, so on Amei's side, we are in Resistance Camp, which is going to be kind of a little bit of like a hub for the next couple quests at least. And for now, we've got some buddies, got some merchant friendos, and they're like, yo, we need to get you some items. And we're like, wait, is this a fetch quest? Yes, it is a fetch quest. Thank you very much. So we're going to do that. We're going to go and fetch.
Fetch the quests.
So you'll be seeing some weird looking movement from both of our illustrious runners here. And that's going to be dashing and then punching. This is actually just like a modicum little itty bitty faster than just straight up dashing, but it's really annoying and everyone hates it. Everyone, no exceptions.
Yeah.
I'm not biased.
Yeah.
I'm not biased. Everyone hates it. No.
Fortunately, we only have to do dash punching for a very short period of time.
So this is the
Because it's
Yeah.
kind of mentally taxing, in my opinion.
Yeah, we'll be getting a much more fun movement option in a little bit because we're going to upgrade our little tiny sword because the game is kind enough to give you enough items to upgrade with these fetch quests. The sword to level 2, which is going to give us a... I'm stuttering, sorry. It's going to give us an attack speed up, and the attack speed up is what makes it worth it to do what we call dash swinging. And it's also going to make a few clips possible and easier.
Too bad vegetation's
Unless you run weaponless Omega lol.
Operator 60 to 2B. It is time for your regularly scheduled contact.
This is 2B. Nothing to report.
Good to hear. Say, how's the weather on Earth today? Good?
It's fine. Does that question have anything to do
I want to make a meme that's just the
I just figured it
hey
might
2B,
feel
it's time
like
for your daily
That should be enough.
daily contact. Yes, operator 60.
Plant life is in most of the central area. Big
Anyway, we're gonna
plants,
turn
too.
in our delicious little items that we picked up for our merchant friends. Not after we talk to this mysterious resistance woman. We're gonna upgrade the weapon here and say goodbye to dash punching. Woo!
Yay!
Dash punching sucks.
Rejoice. And then
I don't know what I'm
there
doing.
was much rejoicing.
Okay.
Some
that's
tasty
everything the
spaghetti.
supply trader asked.
Ooh, Chef Amei, already cooking,
Man,
serving us up
chores
something
are
delicious. What are you
not
doing?
mine.
The resistance is a valuable ally to your
What is
cause.
happening?
But you know, we also help ourselves.
Just a little bit of spaghetti, some lightly salted
Yeah.
spaghetti. So we're gonna basically we're told, oh, some desert stuff happened. Uh-oh, androids gone? Maybe? Check it out. And so we're gonna go check it out. And we're just gonna take this nice little. God, I hate this joke. We're gonna take this nice little 2B line. Oh, everyone laugh, please. And sorry, that was really mean.
Can we get a laugh track?
Line to desert. I'm already losing it. We're like 20 minutes into the run. And so this is all just really nice movement. As you can see, we're using attacks to move faster, get height, and then one nice thing to notice is this plunge is you dash and then heavy in the air. So I learned this. I was talking to some buddies who played this game casually, and they didn't realize that you could do that. And it cancels fall damage to a certain degree, and then plus SD, which we'll see a lot of very soon. SD is self-destruct. Now these buys are really important on Amei's screen. Amei is going to buy 2 animal bait, a sachet, 1 resilience, 4 melee attack up buffs, 1 range attack up, and then 21 medium recoveries. Remember how I said Amei's money routing was a lot tighter? Well, it's going to take the place of medium recoveries. The most important thing that Amei... Actually, those are all really important buys. But
yeah, that's not how you do the buys.
is it not? Oh yeah,
No.
you sell.
I may have bought 25 auto fire chips. So
Do you have
We're
to go
not-
for +3 now?
no, I have some backups.
Okay.
I just
So,
have like no recoveries for the next 20 minutes.
Ooh, that's gonna be fun. So if you look on Mytherium screen, you'll scream. If you look on, God, my brain is mush. If you look on Mytherium screen, you will see hopefully the correct buys.
I'm just as drunk as Amei. I'm looking at the notes trying to figure out. Forgive me, chat. It's been a little bit.
So there's going to be a little camp clip here, which is Amei's doing to get some materials,
Hopefully they deploy some new satellites soon.
which I think is for more money, or
Yeah, that's my...
You don't let
I made an
them
oopsie
get away,
whoopsie.
do you?
that's your backup. That's the oh no button.
Spaghetti, the great equalizer.
So now we're going to be spending a lot of time out of bounds from here on out. So there's the first one. Amei's out of bounds, obviously. We don't need to talk to Jackass. Jackass is not in this run. She doesn't exist. Amei's just gonna go out along here. This is all to save like a very small amount of time. Just gonna pick up a trigger here so that we don't have to. Oh, whoa!
You'll get to see that time save right now.
You are not gonna get to see either time save. Some spaghetti
Good
from
Lord.
both players. Now they're pretty much tied up. They're gonna go and grab Pod C over here. It's used for damage and you know, it's used for a really fun part of the run, especially everyone's favorite part, Disco Whale. I need to just need to catch my breath for a second.
How did I switch weapons? Chat,
Okay.
this is the level of spaghetti that we're dealing with here.
You know, when I saw the estimate, I was like, what? Really? I get it now. Sorry, I'm slinging the heat
Don't worry,
today.
don't worry. This is all saved and loadless later, right?
Oh, I forgot that there's load times. All right, so these sand slides also very optimized, and then Amei's going forward to. Wow, I can see. Wow, that was a good second laser.
Thanks.
Kind of wall-eyed. Ooh, Myth got some chunkers there. So those flyers have the chance to drop some taunt chips. Ooh, stupid rock. Beautiful stupid rock from Amei. Let's see about Myth. Ooh, beautiful. I think they landed at basically the same spot. Stupid rock is stupid. It does a weird collision, so you can just
agreed.
Just, let it slide. I'm sorry, guys. I'm actually way more tired than I thought. So this is a really cool trick coming up. It's called Desert Housing Skip, or something like that. I don't know. And basically, this spot over here, we can just kind of high jump and then like chonker our way into it by wedging. Wow. There's spaghetti in the run and there's spaghetti in my voice. Just kind of smooshing ourselves in out of bounds, and then we're out of bounds. We're gonna pick up some triggers here, and then get into the fight. So these are all attacks used to gain more height and more length. Very. I was about to say girthy. I don't know.
Oh god.
Girthy stiff here. I just say words. When I don't know what to say, I just say. A beefy boy. It's a really beefy boy of a skip. So that skips all of that going through, seeing that little stubby boy go up and down out of the sand, and it's a whole thing. So the biggest thing here is that our really good, amazing runners here are equipping the small sword in both weapon slots. And what that is, oh my gosh. What that is going to allow us to do is damage glitch and then swap weapon sweat. Weapon swap. It's gonna allow us to swap weapons. Dude, we're in like the first 30 minutes.
Don't worry, Shabu, there's only 3.5 hours more.
I think the problem is like my normal commentary, I'm trying to do that, but I'm running on like less sleep, so my brain is not caught up. Anyway, so they're going to be switching weapons, and it's going to allow us to have 2 spinning swords. That's right, count them, not 1, not 3, but 2 spinning swords out at the same time, which is going to effectively double our damage glitch, hence the name, double damage glitch. This fight is also This fight is also actually really important for EXP, CDXP, and then items and chips. I don't remember. So that's our first use of SD, I think. Which I'll explain. SD is really, really strong. It's a strong boy attack. So it normally puts you into a stumble state, and then you can't do anything for a while. It's really, really slow. But that stumble state is kind of like a cutscene. It gets canceled by cutscenes with more priority. So we can, by knowing when those cutscenes are happening, we can know when to SD fully and get big boy chonker damage on bosses and enemies, and just good stuff. SD will also be used for a lot of other reasons, including animation canceling, which you will see a lot of. But we're gonna get to that in the next section. So one cool thing. It was good. One cool thing about pod programs. So you know the missile pod or the laser pod, you can actually just charge it up and it slows the world around you. So that's one instance of us using pod program to actually just slow down the rest of the world rather than slowing down enemies. You'll be seeing it used a lot in combat, but this is a really kind of fun usage of it where we can keep those blocks from falling and just save a little bit of time by slowing the world down.
Looks like we're safe now.
Who needs the slow program?
I know. I've never seen
It's kind of funny how like the slow program you really only unlock later in the game, but we can just slow down the game from the get-go.
The first A to Z run used slow.
Really?
Fact. Yeah, because Emil was so scary. It was so much easier to use the slow.
Right.
Yeah. But anyway, that's a different run entirely. So Amei's going over here. Don't forget to get the chest, by the way, Myth.
The...
Wait, what chest? What chest am I supposed to get?
The one you're going for. Stop.
I wouldn't want to forget it like some other runner in some other marathon.
See, I didn't speak up at that time, and I still feel guilty about it. So
I feel pretty guilty about it.
So this is just to get a. My throat's dry. This is just to get some items for an upgrade later, for the most part.
Amei spending crucial time buying from the vendor when when Myth could be just running to the objective.
I hear that mashing.
I'm really far behind. Let me reload.
Operator to 9S. Data upload complete.
So here comes one of the more stressful parts in E, because I need to get, or at least one of the focuses in Park is getting Spear, but also getting the transporter in Park because it's important for B ending. We can use that transporter in the middle of Park to accelerate 9S's movement later on in the game, so we end up picking that transporter up when we go to get Spear.
Target location confirmed.
But for now, we're just trying to get our way into Park. And normally you don't go this way, but we do.
Yeah, we don't usually listen to 9S in this run. He has some bright ideas, but we have better ideas.
Yeah, we have much better ideas.
Faster ideas, if you will. So also, something kind of funny is that some of these triggers for cutscenes are really short, so we can just kind of double lift over them and then we don't have to see them. But funnily enough, if you walk backwards, you'll get it. So if you screw something up and then you go into it, you'll get it. But yeah, so we're gonna do a tasty yum yum clip. Stop saying yum yum. I need a different film.
So you're pretty yum yum for me.
Ooh, thank you, man.
Ooh.
All right, so you'll also see a little bit of a difference here in that one person has an elevator, which is Myth, and one person does not, which is Amei. I don't know why I said that so confusingly.
DLC on. Crucial time loss right there.
Oh, spaghetti. So this is actually a really interesting skip people had frustrations with. We're going out here to grab a trigger, and then we're gonna summon the roller coaster, push on it, and then do that.
Yeah, that was
and both get it. Just grabbing some necessary triggers, getting back, grabbing some more necessary triggers, and now they're gonna go and grab teleporter and spear if they can do it well enough. This is a pretty tight timing because the roller coaster is still going and it's just gonna zoop zop us right back up to the top. Oh, I liked how that worked out. But we need to grab this teleporter and spear because we're going to need spear for a particular type of movement tech that is horrendous on the eyes and ears, but is unfortunately very fast.
And I'm just going to slow for a little bit here, just because I'm a little uncertain as to whether or not if I can make this.
Yeah, so keep in mind that the pod program slows the rest of the world down, which fortunately does include the roller coaster. So both players looking like they're don't want to take the chance on the marathon. On the
I also have no dialogue to base this off of in terms of like progression. So usually you can time it with if you get the dialogue to a certain point, then you know how close you are to the coaster arriving at its location on the track. But in E-ending, we don't have that reference. So you really have to be in tune with knowing how much time you have left and how much time you can get the spear in. Fortunately, I got it, and I think
Amei got it as well.
Yeah, both players got it, and they're into Beauvoir, which is a fan favorite for casuals. It's going to be over pretty darn quickly. She takes a lot of damage really fast, but one interesting thing about this fight is that if you actually zero cycle her, we have to half cycle her, because if she doesn't start an attack before we get her to go back, she'll do a full cycle. So a little bit of precise timing there.
Myth spending the crucial time forgetting to buff up.
So buffs are additive, or not additive, multiplicative. Our damage glitch is multiplicative, right? Is that how it works, Myth?
Correct. A lot of the damage dealing things that we have are multiplicative. So by the end of the run, we end up with like several hundred times damage that we should normally be dealing.
And one of them is going to be dealing bigger numbers than the other one, because Myth is scared. That's the only way to put it. Myth is terrified. I'm not trying to shame you. I can't help it.
I've actually found the easiest way of dealing with these bodies is just to do like a tap dash. So I'm really only just tapping the dash button for a very short period of time.
Did
you get hacked 3 times?
Yep. Oh, back to back too.
Yeah. Oh, that's really unfortunate.
Usually you have way more control over that kind of behavior, where you just don't have to, I guess, be locked in animations for as long. And it's really important, because if you do get hacked, then you lose a pretty significant amount of time.
Okay. So we're SDing at the end of this boss fight to set up for a very specific tech. You remember how I said something about canceling the stumble animation with the cutscene? And how that's kind of weird and whatever. Well, it's just going to clip out there, by the way. Again, using pod slow-mo to his advantage. And then going here. All right, so this is our first instance of spear dashing, which I hate, so Myth, you can talk about it.
Yeah, so basically with spear dashing, what I'm doing is light attack, then a heavy attack, and then I'm refreshing that combo by tapping self-destruct. So the inputs are pretty quick, but the important thing is that I'm refreshing this sort of like, I don't know what you would call it, but like a sort of thrust forward that 2B does with the spear and the short sword. And as long as I'm tapping a refresh with self-destruct, then she just continues that animation forever.
And it turns out to be very, very fast. And ugly.
Fast.
So ugly.
There are a few theories about that, but no one knows.
But anyway, so you remember how I brought up the SD thing? Well, and the stumble. So we're gonna actually take advantage of some iframes when you're getting up from the ground to wedge ourselves in between us and an animal, and then it's gonna have like a kind of stupid rock effect where it's gonna slide us back to Pascal's village, because we're gonna grab an item for Pascal, and then there's an alarm going off somewhere outside my house.
You'll also have to forgive my spear dashing. I kind of spear dash in different ways than the rest of the community, where most people are trying to hold the movement stick forward as they spear dash. I don't have that luxury with my control scheme, so there are definitely better methods of doing it than I am.
It's better than mine. So we did glance over a little bit of something. You're gonna see it on Amei's screen. You can just kind of sloop through that. It's nice. Ooh, boar hopping.
You'll also notice that Amei is on low HP and I'm not. That's kind of an important difference, but I'll see if I can remove that difference, because you can actually get hit by an animal twice if you end up slow-moing when they're about to hit you. So, resulting in like a double hit, whereas Amei really only needs one hit to get to die.
Bad for me.
Die?
It would affect mission
Yeah.
efficiency.
I'm going for the clip out.
Oh, you're going for the other route? Okay. I'll see if I
Also,
can
yeah,
get one then.
So we're gonna talk to this door. It's more interesting, and it cancels the dialogue. What the heck is going on?
Dude, Dorchan is way more interesting than whatever night.
I'm gonna
Six
be
I
right
have
back.
to say. Ah, dang it!
Going
I
on.
didn't. Let's try this again. Let's try this again.
Now do you believe we're not a threat?
Your mouth can say anything it wants.
I'm gonna be right back, guys. Sorry, it sounds like something weird's going on outside my house.
Oh.
Monkos.
That didn't quite go as planned. Alright, well...
So you might be wondering how we're arriving back at Pascal's village. Don't worry about it.
That's convenient.
This game has really interesting things with checkpoints, in that even though we saved at Pascal's village when we picked up his quest, and we died at Res Camp, we saved ourselves having to run all the way back to Pascal's village.
I promise you, we were not aware of this information. I realize the odds of you believing me are strikingly low, but I hope you will nonetheless.
We'll sort it out
Good
later.
lord, what are these mooses?
Command is deploying new flight units for us. They just set the coordinates, so let's get going.
Okay, I'm really sorry about that, guys.
Oh, that's fine.
Welcome back.
It was
So
apparently
I'm picking up this
16.
transporter here in the city ruins. That's going to be important in 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, about 20.
Yeah. So Amei, did you do the sells and buys, and did you talk about that?
I haven't spoken about anything.
You're supposed to sell and buy at Pascal's, what?
Yeah,
For
What?
Tom
There.
plus 6, you sell, or not at Pascal's, at Resistance Camp. At
Oh,
least.
Oh, no, I haven't done that. I'll do it
Okay.
later.
Okay,
the flight
we'll talk
units
about that
should be
later.
Thanks for the reminder.
building up ahead.
world record.
I know
holder,
what
by
I'm
the way.
doing.
Where must be careful. Its lens. We should be careful.
Oh, so I'm guessing you guys failed the trick.
Yeah, didn't get lucky.
Oh
Couldn't
man,
get it.
it's not because it's a made-up trick. Anyway, so we're coming up on something pretty interesting. First of all, May's grabbing some items, some tasty items. That's gonna allow him to get some more money.
It's gonna make up for those auto fire chips I bought earlier.
Now, Myth, on the other hand, is going to try and octopus his way through a small hole in this out of bounds just by double jumping through it. Right there. Boom! Easy peasy. I don't know how that's there, but it is. It's just this tiny little hole that 2B can kind of just like on in and just easy peasy. There is a backup in case you miss it, and it is kind of stubbornly precise. Is a weird way to put it, but I would say that is kind of how I would put it. Sometimes people can struggle with that. I don't know who would struggle with that. Definitely not me.
I've definitely struggled with that in the past.
No, I have too. But
Couldn't
so
be me.
Myth is just gonna do a double shot to the leg, and Angles goes down. We don't need to worry about the other one. The other one just kind of disappears.
Wait, there's another Angles in the city? I thought there was only one.
Oh no, it's like a decorative piece, you know. It's for show. Everyone wants a big
Just a
old
hood-
giant angle.
Hood ornament.
So we're coming up on another place that's kind of interesting to watch from a viewer's perspective, I would say, which is negotiations. But the first thing that we're gonna talk about is why I can't say words correctly. Skype glitch.
That's good there for some reason.
Skype glitch. We don't care about Commander, and we're gonna hang up on her, and she's gonna be really pissed about that. And so now she's not even going to give us the courtesy of ringing. So it's like, imagine if your phone rang and it just started talking. That'd be horrible, actually.
The pods.
That's basically
okay. Here, this is my headcanon for why Skype glitch exists. Your pod, so Commander gets so angry at you that the pods just download like a firmware update, and they just don't get the ringtone anymore.
So you can't ignore it. Yeah. So that's basically what happens. In reality, the important thing is that the ring sound goes away, so dialogue that happens through pod is going to be just a little tiny bit faster because that ring sound is not going to be there.
The machines.
Now, Myth on the left coming into this fight, it's actually basically an auto scroller. But what we're going to do is we're going to kill Eve once, and then use an attack from Eve's respawned body to get out of the arena and get some really yummy items that we're going to need to upgrade later on, and also clear out some enemies just to make it a little bit easier just a hair easier to move around in afterwards. Just some minor optimism.
Wait, who are these characters again? Oh my god, he's dead!
Also, this is a really nice side view of the combat with taunt and slow-mo and double damage glitch. So you'll see that like super high APM, very high skill floor, or skill cap rather.
That was really weird.
And their flashlight, pod slow-moing, and attacking, then switching weapons. So like all of those things happening at the same time, and you get into kind of a rhythm of it. That's how I would describe it. It's all like a rhythm. You get into a rhythm of doing all those things. Now, counter, fortunately, gives us a lot of height, so on Amei's screen, we'll be able to see Amei, well, hopefully, Amei is going to counter and then attack and grab a lot of height and get over this very, very tall invisible wall. Shout out to Marky.
Shout out to Marky.
This concludes negotiations. The only remaining option.
Marky found a lot of the tricks that we use in this game, and we are very fortunate for him blessing.
Yeah. Back this way again? What a pain.
Stop complaining.
Oh gosh.
So one of the things that I had picked up while we were in negotiations, I picked up from one of the chests there a couple of materials. We're going to be using that to upgrade our sword in a little bit, hopefully. If we have all the materials, then I'll get the upgrade that we need.
When do you buy Mirage? Not in +3.
Start of B. If you're doing the negotiation skip, or bonker skip as we call it, you can get Mirage way earlier than that, but it's, again, more tight on money. Because Mirage is the same price as Tom +6. So. Yeah. And not to mention that E ending is very short on money. Despite, wow, wait. What?
What?
Okay.
Oh.
That was a really weird dialogue skip.
Why don't we rest a little bit, 2B? It's been a while.
Not gonna question it.
If I feel like it.
Sometimes the NieR gods giveth. Sometimes they taketh away.
Okay.
Sometimes Commander walks up.
So here, going into Pascal's Village, we're gonna get up the next main quest that we need, and we also are gonna make some buys. I'm gonna get more recoveries and more buffs, and equip controller.
I can tell you exactly how many buys and sells that Myth is going to do. Myth is going to sell all machine cores, all remaining small offensive buffs, all system chips below the minimap, any attack chips other than resilience, and then he's going to buy 21 melee attack buffs, 21 ranged attack buffs, 11 and 11 defense and, or melee and ranged defense buffs, and then have 40 medium recoveries. So I feel the need to actually talk about resilience because I said, oh, resilience, oh boy, that's important. And then I never said anything about it. So what resilience does is it's a really neat little chip that is super duper powerful and has made this running this game so much more enjoyable. Resilience, basically, if you are above 80% health, which you pretty much will be the entire game, then you don't get staggered by hits. So you can just keep wailing on enemies and healing through it, and then you basically have like super armor. It's amazing, and it makes fights so much easier, so much more delectable, so much more tasty and fun. I guess I'm hungry, dude. Give you some food.
Thinking I'm at different parts of the routing than I actually am.
Yeah, I'm hungry too. So, question for chat.
Opting to equip resilience, but
VC3
I'm not.
for Amei.
Yep, VC3.
Oh, you bought VC3? Nice.
Yeah. I got really lucky with chips, and I sold them all. So.
I messed up one of the buys, and I ended up buying 21 small medium buffs, which is not what I needed, so I just wasted about 1,000 gold.
21 small medium buffs?
Small melee attack up buffs, sorry.
I'm just giving you a hard time. You're running,
you
it's
know,
hard.
talking and playing is hard.
Dude, talking alone is hard. Well, probably not, I'm just lame. Anyway, so what we're doing here is we're going to do another little dialogue cancel. We're going to talk to 9S and cancel some dialogue. By walking into it, that's going to spawn these boys. We're going to kill the boys, and then another little boy is going to pop out of the other boys. I think that's the max amount of times I can say boys. And then we're going to go through the forest, do our little slow walk cancel, and then move through one of the sections that I think is probably still a fan favorite, although Desert and Factory have maybe kind of taken its place. I remember it used to be when the run was fairly new. But this is a really cool section. It looks really nice. It's very pleasant. So pretty cool out of bounds. You guys both doing Rainbow Road?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. I'll talk about that in a second when you guys actually get to it.
My execution is way worse.
So this is just like beelines, and it's going to be a lot of vertical movement just to get the perfect entrance to exit point A to point B as quickly as possible. Kind of movement that we need.
Here they come. Better keep your
Nothing too out of the ordinary here.
You just be careful.
Just smooth moves and fun times. A lot of SD.
More SD than necessary.
I was trying to think of a pun with necessary and SD, but my brain is just not there right now.
What is with these guys?
Listen to what they're saying.
All right, so here's a really cool skip. We call it Rainbow Road because there was a skip called Mario Kart, which was Drown Warp, and we skipped that, and so we called it Rainbow Road because people thought it was funny and cheeky. We're gonna use a really, really long big boy jump, and not to be confused with the big boy jump, just a really, really long jump, and get up on this slope, and it's gonna skip this whole thing of going around, and we're at the castle.
Wow, that
From there,
somehow worked.
We're gonna clip out on this route, or we did clip out on this route. I'm lagging a little bit, or yeah. And then the devs were kind enough to give these windows coming up collision, and make it so you actually can't go through them and fall into the castle, which makes it very, very nice and convenient that we can just go straight to the top floor to the final boss of the area.
Oh my, that beeline.
I also would be remiss if I didn't say this race is super freaking close. I'm so freaking stoked. Like when it's getting into the juicy bits, you know, when the route starts like changing and people are going back and forth. Like the lead has changed back and forth several times, and I keep kind of forgetting that it's like a run and it's freaking intense. Like you guys are so close to each other. And it's only
Amei has a lot more cards in his hand, though. Having the extra damage of VC3 definitely helps him.
Also, the speed as well.
Yeah, the
massive
speed,
boost.
Oh yeah, so VC2. If you thought VC1 to VC2 was cool, well, VC3 it's similar. but it gives us
similar.
Let's go, 9S.
it gives us attack speed up, and so that allows us to move faster, and it does kind of wonk up some clips, but we have spear for that now, so it's just a good boy, helpful tips, helpful NieR tips. Get VC3.
But she's...
Ooh, Amei messing up a little bit on the slow-mo to get the transporter. This gives it a little bit of time to catch up.
Let's go after her, 2B.
And then, do you have an RNG check, Amei?
An RNG check?
For taunt +6. It's just... Yeah.
I have no idea what you're asking me right now.
Sorry, that's probably the worst way to say that. Anyway, we're gonna go back to Pascal, talk to Pascal, and then this is where the route is gonna kind of split a bit. Amei is gonna try and grab a very specific route of Emil. So we didn't see it, but the good boy that popped out of the 4 boys in the commercial facility is Emil, and he has a nice roaming shop with a pleasant theme. He's so good. But he's going to give us some really useful items, including taunt +3 and a couple others. But taunt is the big thing. Taunt is going to increase our taunt damage, which is also going to increase enemy damage when they're taunted to us. And Myth is going to grab taunt +3, which is, I believe, a guaranteed route, and then Amei is going to have to possibly reset for the right route. Is that correct?
No,
Myth will be going for... Yeah,
I still
he'll be
need
going
the
for other chips as well.
chips from Emil's +6 shop. So those
Right.
are like RAW +6, RAW +6.
Right, okay. I'm just dumb, so don't listen to anything I say ever. Okay.
I mean, he's not really in a good spot here. Fuck.
Thanks, 2B.
Okay. I'm gonna have to take the extra time here to kill these bipeds, but if Emil was farther enough away, then I wouldn't have aggroed him. But now I gotta wait the extra 40 seconds, I think.
Yeah.
Flowers?
You hearing about all those flowers?
Yeah.
Bet they look great on your head, 2B.
And I am the biggest stick in the mud.
Don't need it.
Aw, don't be a stick in the mud. What kind of girl doesn't want to look good themselves? I'll let you know if I find
Be a stick in the mud.
I don't need to hear about it.
Operator 60 out.
Alright, so Amei is going to start checking. Or, you're doing the void out, right?
Yeah.
Alright, so this is something relatively new. There's a void out here that you can check to see which route of Emil you got, and it's quite fast. It resets Emil's route without us needing to save load over and over again, which is demoralizing.
Super handy.
Yeah.
Very handy.
Very good. It looks like Amei got the right route.
And the right shot. Nice.
And the right shot. Wow.
Luck is on my side. I have passed the gatekeeper of the run. Good luck, Myth. You're gonna need it.
Thank you. And this is how, ladies and gentlemen, Amei gets the lead for the rest of the run.
This is how Rod loses his $5.
So this is how it happens. So Amei's like super chill, have really great sport, gets first try a meal and says, "All right, Myth, good luck. You're gonna need it." Freaking whoa. Whoa. All right, so those buys I talked about earlier that Amei didn't do, Amei just did, which is getting all of the chip space. For,
Fuck yeah, let's go!
Shoot.
I need to tell though.
Was that first try?
Yeah, first try, bro.
Close. Oh, dang. Oh, by the way, Amei's out of bounds again. Grabbing a discovery cutscene here, voiding out so that he's up top, and then going to do a nice plunge. Drown warp onto the shore, and then he's gonna fight this chicken.
Funnily shaped chicken.
Yes.
Ooh.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, it's,
Amei just died. Amei just got big chickened.
So, I guess now is a good time to throw in that one of the most important things to do in any ending run is to use your buffs. Because if you don't use your buffs, that happens very quickly.
Big important.
Alright, so if you thought there was a deficit or a difference, that actually tied up the run pretty handily. If Myth can get the easiest clip out in the game.
Wow, thanks, Shabu.
Sorry, involuntary, really hard clip. Couldn't do it on your first try for sure. I'm just kidding. We know it's too much.
I'm shaking. Also, update with my controller. It's not my controller that's dying. I think my inactive play is like not working. So I keep tabbing over to the notes, and it just doesn't want to do it.
Let's take
That's unfortunate.
So I can be home in time for dinner in a bag.
So one thing to
Usually I
note,
don't keep the game focused.
right.
As long as you perform regular cleaning and maintenance,
So one thing to note, very big difference is we did talk about this, but I can't stress it enough. Taunt plus 6 and Taunt plus 2 are crazy, and you're going to see the damage difference. And then also Amei has VC3, so the upgrade, which is just a strict damage increase. And the Taunt plus 6 is going to be big damage. So Amei's enemies are probably going to melt a little bit faster, and by a little bit I mean probably a lot of bit faster. But Amei will also melt a lot of bit faster. So you've already seen it once that if Amei isn't on top of his buffs, if he isn't on top of getting the I don't know what the get. Jeez, I was gonna say getting the dirty of the combat down. I don't know. Getting down and dirty with the combat. You know, not blocking, dodging. Jeez. If Amei doesn't have good combat, then he's in trouble, and will lose time. And then so that's kind of the gambit you take. Is you do a lot of damage, but you take a lot of damage, and then Myth is kind of in the more safe side, but still very dangerous. Taunt plus 3 is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, to put it into perspective, Taunt plus 3 basically makes everything a 2-shot, and Taunt plus 6 makes everything effectively a 1-shot, as long as they're taunted.
A lot of
now, that being said, Amei is also dealing basically 200% more damage than I am, so that's nothing to scoff at.
Alright, so it's time for everyone's favorite part of the run. Remember when I said shmups were like this, you know, the waves, and it's super fun and everyone loves it? This part, it's everyone's favorite. No one wants to skip it, ever. It says Groon. Well, just about Groon. We're gonna fight a Goliath flyer first, which we're actually gonna use. Do you use skill cell?
Not for this one.
Not for this one. Alright, I'm a Dumbo.
No, that's in B.
Ooh, question for you, Myth. Did you change 9S's combat setting?
I keep my combat setting on long range no matter what. I'm old school, and I don't bother changing it.
Well, mine is on passive, so there's that.
Oh.
So, I'm gonna be losing a bunch of time because I made a little whoopsie.
Sabotaging his own run. Questionable move. Let's see what it pays off for
Good
him.
guy, Amei, making the race closer for the viewers at home. because Amei, not because Amei is better, but Amei did get BC3. And
how much time save is long range?
A little bit.
At least,
especially in Groon.
Because you can. Hold up. Like, you can fire off 2 of these programs, and you'll be waiting. No, 4 of these programs, and you'll be waiting for at least a couple seconds after you fire all 4. So 9S's damage actually kind of helps, albeit it's pretty minor.
this is a really close race, and while we do kind of call Groon a big auto-scroller, it's not entirely true. There are sections that are auto-scroller, and then there are sections that are very much in player control, particularly the cores, which you'll see eventually. Those are pretty well optimized and timed out.
Is that a machine?
That doesn't make it any more fun. I'm gonna be honest.
I'm having the time of my life right now.
Everyone loves it. It's a nice reprieve. It allows me to rest my voice while I keep talking.
Ooh, and that chat's mentioning Groon facts. Do
I'm
we have
looking
any
at that.
Groon facts? Who are the people?
Wait, which one?
Gotta find
It's
another way to
Theodore
damage it.
Bird, right?
Alright, I have one. He is best boy.
Command is attempting to launch a satellite laser strike
Okay.
on your target, but the enemy's electromagnetic camouflage.
Glad none of you disagree with that one.
We need you
It's
to
free
focus it and
country.
take
You
it
can
out.
have your opinion, but I
No.
disagree with it.
I know.
Alright.
Ooh.
So some Groon facts. So one fact about the game is that all the bosses are named after philosophers. So Carl Theodor Ferdinand Grund. God, I've moved Ferdinand to Grund. Anyway, Carl Theodor Ferdinand de Grun. That's so hard to say for me. Also known by his alias Ernst von der Heide. Sorry if anyone speaks German in the chat. That was atrocious. He was a German journalist, philosopher, political theorist, and social politician.
He was a dude. And now he's a whale.
Now he's a disco whale. Lots of lights. Going to the party. I would play Automaton, but it's a miserable sound and you don't want to do that. Carl Theodor Ferdinand Grun was born in Ludenscheid, a Westphalian town, then under Prussian control.
So basically, if this thing reaches land, we're screwed.
One of Grun's fellow students was Karl Marx. Grun and Marx frequented the radical philosophical circles of the young Hegelians, which Hegel's another boss that we'll definitely see. And we're strongly
Hegel's one of my
influenced.
favorites.
I love Hegel.
We
It's a
will
great
see
fight.
Hegel later.
We can do the same thing as the A to Z one, right? When we get to that fight? Cool.
I'm down.
Do it. And we're strongly influenced by the humanistic materialism of Ludwig Feuerbach. Yep, that name. Marx's rivalry with Grun subsequently led to a personal breach between them, so, it always sucks to lose your friend. That's all I gotta say. So this is, Grun is then banished to the ocean and was his buddy.
Electromagnetic interference eliminated.
How many more do I have to say?
Satellite laser strike.
Did you know that in 1844, I don't know what that word is.
It's got an electromagnetic barrier over its whole body.
Impecunious.
What?
Can we get a definition on that word, please?
Yeah, I got you.
Hunter squadron deploying out of North
Impecunious.
12C Defense Agency.
Having little or no
Under
money.
pressure.
Commanding officer 4B.
Under
Don't
pressure
worry, we'll
from
take
the
it from
censorship
here.
and fearing arrest, Grun, once again, went into exile? Grun.
The Grun facts are so trash with the freaking question marks. It's like Grun was a person? What?
We've got mortars lining the shoreline here. All the EMP shielding in the world won't help against close-range mortar fire.
Alright, so this is actually also a player-controlled section, which I've never seen anyone do as fast as me, because I'm great at it. You just shoot the hot load into the...
Oh my.
That's not what it's... You shoot the railgun into the mouth.
You doing alright there?
Oh, I did a dumb.
Aww.
I did a real bad job.
Myth is very good. It's good.
I'm good at the best of things.
Yeah. Myth is actually really good. I'm memeing, and I meme on him a lot because I know he can take it. But
I'm not. Amei is a much better player than I am.
Hey.
When you compare, like that, you just end up hurting yourself. It's not good to be like, this person's better. It doesn't invalidate the fact that you're good. and a good player. You're a good player, man.
Thank you, Shabu.
Grun,
Spirits have been
did you
lifted.
know that though he did not participate in the storming of the arsenal, Grun was charged with intellectual responsibility for the uprising and imprisoned? Grun.
Wait, how do you get charged by intellectual responsibility?
Probably because of his association with the other political
No,
theorists.
but wouldn't it be intellectual irresponsibility?
Oh my gosh.
What?
Not responsible. How could you be charged by being responsible?
Oh my gosh. Man, I got it when you said irresponsibility. I need another Grun fact. I don't want to talk about that anymore.
Wow, thanks, Raj. We both suck in comparison to Alex Starfree. Those of you who may not know the meme, Alex Starfree is apparently really good at this game, and I would really want to see
Has a sub 1 hour time. With that multiple people reference, but no one has ever seen. Like in YouTube comments, like multiple people that none of us knew referenced Alex Starfree's sub 1 hour run that no one can find.
Oh, heck. Damn it.
I guess Mash didn't like that comment. Or Devin.
Comment?
I'm gonna read it anyway. Welcome to Grun Facts. Did you know that he became politically active as early as 1836 at the age of 14? Grun.
I didn't know that.
Grun.
That's pretty early. So, yeah, these are the cores I was talking about. You got to take out the 2 tiny cores, and then you got to take out the other 2 tiny cores, and then you got to take out the big core, and then the core is done. And it's actually a pretty tight timing. So it involves attacking a certain amount of times and then backing up while shooting it to go to the next one. Getting banned for Grun facts. Classic. But yeah, so this is why everyone loves this part of the run. There's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to talk about.
Is there a lot to talk about?
Yeah.
I think there's a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
There was one time Pipes and I read the B-movie script. That's so dumb.
It's one of the best of times. Do we actually know how tall Grun actually is? I don't know why I thought of this just now.
Like real life Grun or
yeah,
or in-game Grun?
Both.
Let me look.
I want to know if the height is like, I don't know, historically accurate. Asking for a friend.
I think it probably is. I feel like, from what I've read from Grun Fix, the OG Grun, real Grun, seemed like a pretty imposing guy. 1,000 meters tall. That sounds about right. Over 1,000 meters tall. When
yeah, no one's called that core.
Okay, we're actually back into the video game. I have stuff to talk
Yay!
about. Amei's gonna void out here, which is going to do 2 things. First of all, a nice little beeline of a little I was gonna call it a fishing warp, drown warp. So Amei's gonna do a little drown warp, which is also going to skip some dialogue.
Fishing warp.
Really important. You get fish out of the water, whatever. Gonna do another drown warp myth over here, and it's just basically just allows Amei to grab this transporter.
Also, skipping some dialogue as well. Usually you would get locked into some dialogue and not be able to pick up that transporter for later in the run.
Yeah.
Totally forgot I needed to pick up this transporter. Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah.
I have a habit of forgetting that one.
So now we're going to do Copied City Clip, where we clip out of sewers and into the entrance of Copied City, which is the elevator. Should be pretty easy for Amei with the spear.
Should be.
Yep. All right, this is a chance for Myth to catch up. If Myth can get the first try.
Oh, right.
Because Amei is.
I'm having a great time.
Too soon. Amei is having a
Pog?
ball. Pog?
Using keyboard and mouse on this clip. Omega lol.
Omega lol. Could not.
I have no idea what's going wrong. Oh, I was using the wrong angle. That'll be why.
Yeah.
What is happening? Oh, yeah.
I played this game.
So Myth pulls ahead. Myth is going to get into Copied City, and then we're going to do a really fun skip. One of the most fun and funnily named skips in the game, which is mansplaining skip. Adam likes to talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. We don't like listening to Adam talk.
Oh no.
What?
What is this?
That's a box.
You okay? You alright there, dude? Got some sick movement there.
I'm feeling alright.
What's with the corpses?
Hey, they must have placed them here deliberately.
They knew. They patched it in the last patch. So Myth's just gonna clip out here. Are you doing the full version, the new version?
There's a full version? Wait, what?
The pod pat version.
I do not know.
Okay, so we're gonna see two versions of this. Myth is going to wait for a specific dialogue chunk, and then he's going to open this elevator. Well, he's going to open the elevator, wait for a specific dialogue chunk, walk in, and Pod's going to say, "Yo, you need to turn around, dude. What are you doing?" Just like that, actually. And Amei is going to do the same thing, but a very slightly different version, where he's going to stick his ass into the... Oh, are you not doing it?
No, I do your little version, actually.
Ooh!
No!
Alright, so Amei is going to stand inside the elevator, but not far enough for it to close. And then going to get a double... A double,
Did I just fuck this up? I think I just did.
So, Myth screwed up a little bit.
Well done. Chat, we get to wait for 50 seconds?
Ooh.
Oh. I don't remember how to reset this.
So,
Commander dialogue skips coming up as well.
In very rare form, we actually get to hear the mansplaining. You can thank Myth in the chat.
I forget, do I need to exit the copied city and then come back in to get that? I don't even remember. Whatever.
So I think I did mention this, but most of the skips in this game are dialogue skips. And they're almost all about just getting rid of dialogue, not listening to dialogue, ignoring people, being rude, not answering the phone. And so a lot of the game is just figuring out ways around dialogue. And so this next one is going to be really fun. We're going to talk to a poor, probably underpaid employee on a computer at the resistance camp. And we're going to
probably
talk to him instead of someone else. And that's just skip a big chunk of dialogue. Huge time save, allows us to buy some stuff from Dev Pop here, and then get an inhale, which is going to trigger the next part of the game.
Wait, which characters do we buy from?
Dev and Pop.
I don't know who those characters are.
They have red hair. They're in the resistance camp. I don't think they show up again.
Nah, I'm pretty sure they're only there for vanity, right?
I don't think they're really that important.
Oh, good lord. My fingers are going too fast for my brain.
My mouth is going too fast for mine. It's okay. Next thing you know, I've said yum yum 20 times. So this is all just clean movement. Both guys get the... I was about to say yum yum.
The good, tasty,
yum
dialogue.
The steamy, delicious, juicy dialogue skip. You tell I'm padding for time. This is all just clean movement, realistically. Point A to point B as quickly as possible. Plunge is really fast, so anytime that we can plunge, you probably want to plunge over anything else. Especially if you're starting up high and whatever. Now Amei's gonna come up here. Amei's real fast, real fast. So just gonna hey, we can do Pantsu Strat here. Pantsu Strat is really great because
Pascal is trying to get in on the action there.
Pascal's being annoying. You can look up at Tubi's upper thighs, and she'll swat away the camera, which is slightly faster than the slow walk that you're locked into.
If that's what they want, why don't they move in?
I believe they're working on
Yeah,
building a colony
demonetized.
of their own.
Rip.
You don't say.
Indeed. Apparently,
And call it go for a little bit of swag here.
I can give you the coordinates if you'd like.
What could
Okay.
possibly go
I'm
wrong?
actually planning to go speak with them myself.
Do this every time.
Maybe we can meet up over there.
Sounds good.
All right, Amei just showing off some movement.
Location data obtained. Marking on map.
What could
The
possibly go
potential
wrong?
risk of losing time. Swag at the cost of time.
All right, so
Even you?
Amei picking up like 3 XP here.
Only 2 this time. Definitely worth it.
I'm disappointed.
Actually, no, it might be 4. I could be wrong.
Certainly does.
Wow. Oh, by the way, we talked to Pascal in this elevator because it makes it 6 seconds faster. I don't know why.
Yeah, makes Pascal shut up. We like that.
We love that. Piece of cabbage.
Not my cabbages.
Little cabbage Pascal. Doesn't get in the elevator. But yeah, so Myth's just waiting for our homie.
Yeah, unfortunately we can't make this guy walk any faster, so it's just 18 seconds of me thinking of what I've done.
What have you done?
I've done a lot of things. Some I'm proud of, some I'm not so proud of.
Alright, so normally I actually take that time to discuss what's about to happen because it's really, really intense and has a lot going on, but I totally forgot. We're going to void out and get rid of these enemies. So fun fact about this area that Amei's in, really high up, like ridiculously high up. So we want to get back here so that we can navigate the factory completely out of bounds. But we have to get another trigger, which is super far down, which is a bummer. It's annoying. We got to talk to 9S. Yuck, the worst. So we're just going to mash through that. We're going to reset 9S and then void out, reset the elevator, go back up here, and then, skip out on a lot of dialogue because talking to 9S is gross and yucky and we don't like it. And also it's slower, whatever. So here's the void out, which resets the elevator and allows us to go back up to what we call Mook's room with much affection.
Ooh, that's not what I'm supposed to do.
I was right. This is shady. Fascinating, though. I have never seen machines with such
Myth, nope, Myth got it. Alright, so Amei's back up top, and Amei's going to clip out on this thin pipe here, and is going to do actually something pretty precise, which is going to be a plunge in kind of a right angle, 45-degree angle, just chomp, and then going to flash SD, which is going to refresh the fall, and then going to hold, oh, very nice, going to hold hover and reset, which the game is like, okay, you're out of bounds for long enough, but we picked up the trigger before hitting the ground, so it resets us up here, and we got the trigger. Now we go and grab the next one, which is basically the boss. So that's all of Factory. If you did Factory casually and you know how much of a pain it is, yeah, we're done already, so suck it.
I remember casually Factory always being annoying. So running through it a few times always gets you used to the layout. And oh, those crushers. Those crushers.
Ah,
Good times.
Pascal. Never wants to cooperate.
Were you doing the elevator thing?
Trying to, at least.
Yeah. Alright. Nice. Myth gets it too. I think I need to refresh your stream. And Amei is at the boss, which I affectionately call Ball 1. Because I can never remember what their names are. And no matter how many times everyone tells me, it just doesn't sink in. So Ball 1, we can do something kind of fun here. There's a phase where he's invincible and it's annoying and we don't want to deal with that, so you can actually just kind of chill over here by either refreshing heavy or holding hover. I like holding hover because it's less inputs, but...
Yep. Personally, I prefer using heavy. It gives me a little bit of a reference on the timing.
Yeah, you count heavies?
Yeah. Just like Green Waves, when I want to go to, take a nice little nap before my run.
Before
Is that
you
what
run.
you do to nap, count green waves?
Oh, I should do that if I
Count
want a
sheep?
really deep sleep. Myth showing off the other version, which, if you turn on the light, I
call
like to
this
call it the
lighthouse?
lighthouse.
Shield detected.
Oh.
Physical defense shield
Very
detected.
nice.
Analysis. Both long and close range.
Yeah,
attacks
people in
are
chat are
effective.
telling me it's Soshi. It's ball 1.
Large energy supply detected within this factory.
Then there's ball 2.
Proposal. Energy
And then there's
source
ball
should
3
be
and 4.
destroyed.
And then double ball.
Nines, that Goliath we just encountered.
I got it. I've been keeping an eye on you. I'm gonna shut off power to the factory now.
Do it!
Factory system at 80% control. Hang in there, 2B. 90%. 92. 95. 98.
Hey, it was one of my personal favorite skips coming up. Would you like to talk us through it, Shabu?
Sorry, I was being quiet for the, because Myth wasn't doing heavy, so I was being quiet for the
audio.
Yeah, the audio cue. There's an audio cue there. But there's a skip coming up that's called Deep Factory Skip for 2.0100 times 3. It's the community has affectionately called it Shabu Skip, and it's because it skips me in commentary talking about how the first skip we do in the game, or one of the first skips we do in the game, is one of the last skips we do in the A ending run, and how it's poetic and beautiful, and it's like the circle of life, and all kinds of other stuff. We end up skipping all of that because of that clip out there, and so it skips me talking about it. Hence, Shabu Skip.
But Shabu, this is an E ending run.
I know. I would have still talked about it, and you know it. I might be able to if Myth doesn't get it.
Oh my god. If I play the game correctly, good lord.
You gotta get the second one. You gotta get the third one, dude. Why are you doing that?
Gonna...
Alright, so this is actually really cool. In the A ending run, I know this is E ending, but humor me. Like, one of the first skips you do is right here next to this door with the camera kind of weird, which you'll see Myth get to in a second. It's one of the first skips we do in the game, and then it's actually the last, like, out of bounds skip that we do, like, clip out in the game. So it really comes full circle, and it ends up, really bringing around. It's all I can't even speak right, man. I can't even do my own. It's like slightly joking, but it's kind of poetic. It's poetic, because what you start with is what you end with. It's like everything is cyclical, and it's cool.
Something, never-ending spiral.
Yeah, never-ending spiral.
All of life and spaghetti.
I beat you to it, Raj.
Never-ending. You said spiral. Never-ending cycle of life and death. But
no thanks.
all right, Amei is gonna. Rabid robots are rambunctiously rabble-rousing resistance camp.
What do you mean resistance ramp?
Dang it, no.
That extra alliteration.
I tried to make it make sense at least.
Say again?
Resistance ramp.
Well, I mean, there's a resistance ramp, like, where speed
Is
starts
there,
falls.
though? Oh, whatever.
I'm pretty sure that's a ramp. Well, Emil used that as a ramp. Okay, Shabu, I'm officially calling that location on the map resistance ramp now.
Why are their numbers increasing like this?
Fine, you win, Myth. You win. But yeah, just killing some enemies. We're going into ball 2 on Amei's screen. And then Myth, as Amei leaves, Myth joins.
Good lord, he's far ahead of me.
Not if you get a good chonker time here. Let's go, Myth. Let's go.
That's a mighty wish there, Shabu.
Let's go, Myth. Alright, Amei got the instant duck too. Amei got a really good ball too. Alright, so this is actually really interesting. This is what we call a core, and it's got all the dead robots around it and stuff.
That was a core?
Amei has taunt +6, so Amei can just SD it. It's gonna be slightly different for Myth. When he gets there, he's gonna kite it onto a hill and then kill it that way. But I actually really like the kiting on the hill because it's cool and it's like it's a fun way of bringing it into a position that you can actually still do damage glitch and all that. So Amei just has to go and do a couple more fights before we get to the last boss of A ending. I'm gonna take a drink real quick. My throat is dry. So we're already starting to really see the differences between Taunt plus 6 and Virtuous Contract 3 versus VC2 and Taunt plus 3. It is, like, you're seeing that the bosses are kind of just melting a bit more with Amei, and that is going to kind of compound over time. I still believe in Myth, though.
I don't believe in myself.
Just for the sake of Raj's $5. Let's go, Raj's $5. Woo!
You okay?
But then again, I did bring up the fact that Taunt plus 6 does make everything way more dangerous, and deaths are costly.
Oh, for sure.
And there's some scary fights later on in the run. So.
Yeah, about an hour from now, everything will just one-shot me.
Myth going for the swaggy fish.
They're still coming? What do we do?
Teaser for Sunday race.
Can you hear me? Our village is under
Myth with the teaser for Sunday's race. Tune in for fishing percent, which is way more exciting than it sounds, I promise. Please watch it. By the way, Amei is doing a phase skip here. If you don't let Eve heal, then Eve just doesn't go into the next phase. Eve just like kaboom, boom, and doesn't do it. Real scientific words, I know, but I think you got the point.
Damn it! They're here too.
So this can be pretty annoying. Eve can be very annoying in these next two phases. There's this phase where you still have all of the access to your moves, but Eve is flying around and doing stuff. Amei just SDs. Eve was chill. This one is a little bit more annoying though. You don't have access to SD, you don't have access to pod programs, you only have shooty shoot. And Eve can be really annoying or really good. Wow, that was really good RNG.
Very nice, boy.
That was freaking amazing RNG. Eve can like fly around like a madman and just really ruin your day. Just really like, hey, give me the crappy day special, Eve. And he's like, yep, you got it, coming right up.
Pod, I need you to locate Eve's current position.
Sub 133, yay!
We'll take care of Eve.
You just worry about keeping the village safe, okay?
Do be careful.
Considering the death, too, in,
Oh, yeah, that's RTA, actually. That's not too bad.
Yeah, that's RTA and a death in Flutter. And Amei gets ending A.
So, there's a little,
That was really scary.
Oh, you doing okay there?
Oh.
Yeah, we're fine.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of people out there who may think that's the end of the game.
What is it?
It's not.
That's the first part of the prologue.
Yeah. And now we're gonna play the second part.
Second part of the prologue's coming up. Hot and ready. Little Caesars. Sorry, I got food on the brain.
Chicken kickers from Domino's.
Dude, you know what's so good? I had jalapeno poppers when I was in London. When I lived in London.
Ooh.
Oh, so good. Anyway, let's see how Myth's fight. Myth's fight is going to be a little bit different. He can't do the SD quite as early. So he's going to actually have to fight it fair and square. He's going to be using a lot of these pod launches and
Unfortunately, I got pretty quick to the threshold here.
He was being a little mean. If you go
actually, I probably could have gotten that earlier, way earlier.
If you go to the one that's actually got stuff going on, which is Amei, Amei's in a very jam-packed, really intense section of the game, where you play as a robot, and you carry a bucket of oil, and you can only walk in this really slow animation.
I have peaked right now.
This is the peak of this run, honestly. After this, it just goes downhill from here.
I love Bucket Boy. It's awesome.
There is actually, like, it's not super precise, but it is kind of precise. There's a jump here that you can do. Oh, come on.
It's okay.
But if you screw it up, then you have to start over. Oh! Just kidding. I might have been delayed. Also, if he holds forward here, then he doesn't have to stand up on that thing. He can just get into this, into the flight suit and not have to worry about it. Don't forget to do that, Myth.
Sorry, what?
I always forget to hold forward when you switch to 9S from Bucket Boy.
Oh yeah, voice changer. Did you explain that? I think you explained that.
I didn't explain voice changer.
So voice changer is one of the things that you get at the very end of a ending. A lot of people forget that you actually get it. There it is, right there. Voice changer.
9S is going to embrace his true form as 9 Mouse.
Yeah. 9 Mouse. I had to spend crucial thinking cycles there, because I do need to save at the very end of a ending. Otherwise, I don't get the thing. There we are. So, voice changer just causes 9S to sound weird, but also speak faster in all of his dialogues. And we use that to the best of our ability throughout the rest of the game, effectively.
If you thought it was only limited to 9S, though, call right now, and it'll be included in every single player character for the rest of the run. This is a limited time offer. I don't know why I'm doing that. But yeah, it'll be on every player character. So it's not actually just 9S. It's anyone we're playing as is going to have faster dialogue. They're going to sound interesting. And something to note on Amei's screen is you can actually hold that hack while you're going away, and it doesn't matter. It'll keep the hack going.
Also, if you haven't noticed, those pipes on the ground, you totally don't need to walk around them.
Oh yeah, there's a little, gosh, what's the word? There's a safe area that you can walk through. I actually like doing the bee shmups better than.
I'm a big fan of the Prologue shmup.
It's cool. I like the 3D shmup sequence. A lot.
It's kind of weird, because the thing with the shmup waves, especially you'll see it in B, is that you can hit enemies when they're like falling down onto you. So like a lot of these waves can kind of be accelerated before the enemies kind of reach the places that they're supposed to be in. And Prologue, as we call it here in B, really takes advantage of those spawns.
Particularly if you have your Prologue shmups what's the word? Memorized, that's the one. Because as we know, every player loves memorizing this shmup.
Everyone totally knows Prologue shmups. I don't know what you're talking about. Nobody wings it.
No.
Never. Alright. So as one player enters, one player leaves. Only one will survive. So yeah, this is just shmup. 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 Shmup stuff.
Good lord.
One affirmation will suffice.
I ran out of water. Don't blame me.
I didn't know it was that kind of stream.
What? don't think I get your joke. I'm not gonna ask.
Never mind.
It's alright. Sorry. I'm blanking on what I'm supposed to say. We're going back in. It's time for Shmup Round 2. So you might notice that this looks a little familiar, and the dialogue looks a little familiar. Sounds a little familiar. Well, it's actually because B ending is A ending, but from 9S's perspective. We're also going to get something called Picture Book, which is going to be super dang, gonna be dope, and you guys are gonna love it. It's not flashy or anything, but it just allows us to skip everything. It's so cool. It's so funny. But yeah, you get story time with 9S. So we have a little bit of time. Do you mind if I actually go get some more water?
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
Alright, sorry. We've just got a couple more hours, so.
Thanks for the reminder. I'll have to grab some water myself soon, actually.
Everyone hydrate. It's hydration time.
Exclamation point, stay hydrated. Hydrate or dihydrate, as Raj points out in the chat. So one thing to point out for B ending is that a lot of this stuff is really, yeah, I guess kind of cookie cutter. There isn't very much time that you can save between Bs where a lot of things are just scripted and we're waiting for either dialogue to happen or for 9S to just move, which there's not very much variance with how 9S can move through the areas, which is a little unfortunate because we don't get as much cool movement tech as we do with 2B.
On the bright side, 9S's dash is wicked fast and allows us to just clip through solid walls sometimes, which is cool. We also have kind of workarounds to have a lot of stuff mirror what we do in A ending, which you'll see. There are some lineups that may or may not exist.
We'll get to that later.
Yeah, it's not that far off. So yeah, we are now 9S. We've been 9S, but now you can see the angles fight from 9S's perspective. Bison. 9S is not just cool like that. 9S is not cool.
Well, he's pretty cool. He's alright.
Oh.
Race.
Don't give me that, Shabu.
Like the robots. What? Don't give you what?
I thought you were groaning about 9S.
No, that was Amei.
Oh no, that was me.
Okay.
I think Amei and I have the same opinion.
I am
Feels
not a
bad,
big
man.
fan of 9S.
At least we get to play as A2 in this run.
Oh yeah.
I love A2.
A2 is
Wait, we
definitely
do?
the highlight.
I love
Oh,
it.
right, yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
I forgot.
yeah.
As we've alluded to earlier, there's a lot of routing in this.
So there's something Amei can get here. May or may not get here.
What am I
Right?
getting? No, it's the later one.
No, sorry, that's the later one. I looked up and saw that, and my brain was just like, yo, talk about this. My bad. Shelve that for now. For now, fortunately, our chips apply to our pod, so we can taunt these enemies, and Amei has the +6, so that's big damage.
Yeah, these little stubbies don't really have much of a chance.
They never stood a chance. They were
They put in a good effort.
They're jumping though. They do be jumping. So.
Oh, but they die so fast with Dauntless 6.
They die so fast.
Oh, whoops, I was supposed to do a pod program
I'm
there.
late. Good luck with the run.
She appears to be engaging the target enemy.
I have to look into why my inactive play isn't working. That's a little annoying.
This is the target. I'm going to destroy it.
Alright, and gonna kill some more boys. Some young little stubbies here.
Displaying on HUD.
They never had a chance. Alright, so remember how I said that menuing in A-ending would come back to bite you in the rear end if you did it wrong? Or also saves you time if you did it right, well, opposed to doing it wrong. So I guess you just don't lose time. You either do it right or you lose time. So the backdashing myth. I didn't know you could do that there.
Yeah, that's pretty swag.
So this is really cool. The game shows you what you did for your menuing in A ending, in B ending. It's a really nice callback, and it's exactly your inputs, so.
Voice functionality recovered. External sound input confirmed.
So let's see if Amei gets the dialogue canceled this time.
It's nice of the game to give me another shot at it.
You get 2 tries.
Yeah, there we go.
Nice. There we go. That was a really good one, too. The enemies melt pretty hard with +3 also. Myth.
Way more than like if you didn't have taunt here, then it takes a fair amount of time.
It is so painful. As someone who has done that, it is miserable.
I remember those days. Back in the day, we used to use like crit chips and just regular whatever we got without having to specifically buy the chips that we wanted. And these later parts were pretty grueling. I'm not gonna lie.
Did actually. We bought weapon attack ups and then crits, and then we did AO.
Oh, yeah.
We did AO 2 or AO 3.
So I was lucky enough to, I guess, miss out on all of the crit chip stuff. But I remember when I was first learning, probably not long after the route changed, I went to load up a practice save. And the only thought I had is, where is my damage?
Back in my day,
we
used to rely on random crits, and we liked it. Well, actually, not really. We had max weapon attack up.
I don't think anybody liked that.
It felt great getting crits though, because there was a point where you'd have max like huge crits and then huge weapon attack ups, and that did feel pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. The shmup's the same also, by the way, but we also have more missiles, so you can kill these guys a little faster if they don't spin like they did.
Damage.
Oh, more damage. Isom, we don't need to save. We're doing it in one sitting. I'm Am I good?
I think you're good. That might have been me, actually.
No, I had a red connection for a second there.
Ooh.
I think we're okay now, though. Sorry about that. So a lot of the same stuff that we did with 2B, we're doing as 9S now, but there's some things that change a little bit. Since we already have a lot of materials, we don't have to gather some of those materials. Same goes for some buys and some tests that we picked up in A. We obviously, they're already open, so we're not going to pick them up again. But one of the most convenient things is that we can just turn in one of the quests right away. Or we have all the stuff for the quest right away, and we don't actually have to do that quest. We still have to do one of them. I think that's pretty fetching.
Oh.
Yeah, that was really bad. I didn't feel good about it.
So, the little downside of Taunt plus 6, I no longer have a health bar. My health bar is currently sitting pretty in... What is she called? Let's just call her the vendor. Her shop is, has been happily restocked by 9S. And, that is something that Myth will not have to deal with, luckily. Also, another one. If I could just jump in first. I also don't have a mini-map, which means a lot of the triggers that we go for in the run are actually, the only reference we really have for them is the mini-map. And I no longer have any sort of reference for it. Did I get it? Did I not get it? I just have to do it right. Hopefully.
Just gotta feel it. But no, I was actually going to ask you, so can you explain why you did that?
Okay, so the difference between Taunt plus 3 and Taunt plus 6 is that the more powerful your chip is, generally, the more space it takes up. And I don't have enough space to keep those chips equipped. So... I've kinda shoehorned myself into a bad situation. But willingly.
Yes, because it's also a great situation.
I just wanted all of the go fast. And without a care in the world.
I may want to go
this
as
one.
fast as possible.
Proposal. Proceed to target location.
Alright. Okay, so this is when, they're also going to buy something here, I believe. Or, Am I crazy? Or did you buy it and I wasn't looking?
I've already done my buys.
Sorry, I totally missed that. So you got Mirage already, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they're going to pick up a pod program called Mirage. And Mirage is going to, honestly, it's kind of a lackluster attack ability, but in the run, it's really, really useful because 9S doesn't have that really great, like, heavy attack that allows us to get a little bit of extra height. Instead, we're going to be using this Mirage pod program to gain just a little bit of extra height, which is going to allow us to do some skips we wouldn't otherwise be able to do. Also, taking the boar here. Not boar, moose.
Moose. I'd like to call this one Jeffrey. Jeffrey is my companion for today. We're gonna go on a little adventure together.
I have an important question.
Sure.
Geoffrey or Jeffrey?
I'm gonna go with a G. Feel it's more...
Good man.
So no, I don't think they're a pain.
Dare I say manly?
I love it. Let's go, Jeffrey. Myth seems to, I guess, be having a little bit of problems, but I think you and I can hear each other good, so we should still be okay. As long as his feed is still good, which it seems to be okay on my end, then I think we're good to go. Are you gonna try for Moose Clip?
I'm gonna give it a shot. I probably won't get it, but why not?
So Amei is going to try and take this moose to the desert.
Oh.
Oh. Oh. Oh. All right.
Beautiful.
So Amei did it. Oh my god. We never get to see that. This is so sick. All right, so this what May just did was just kind of jubal jobbled the moose on out of the bounds there and got around the jackass barricade. And so now, super big time save by just taking the moose all the way to Jibby Chumbo over here, Mr. Diver. What
The diver. What is his name?
Something
Don.
that
Don. That's the one.
Don Burrows. And Bibby Jumbo. So he dives, yeah. And so we get that's so sick. It's Don, Raj. It's Don Burrows. All right, so you remember that super cool clip that looked super dope, and we got to skip all that stuff over there? Well, we can actually do a version of it with 9S because of what I said earlier, his dash being really kind of wonky and weird and wild and crazy. And then also Pod Launch having clipping powers. So we can take that and use it to our advantage and simulate a similar version of the skip we did in A ending. Slightly different.
It really helps to have a good lineup for this skip as well.
Yeah, it really helps to have a good lineup. Fullest definitely has a lineup for this.
Operator to 9S.
Yeah.
Transferring coordinate data
Fullest,
to the location
another
specified by resistance
good runner.
leader.
Definitely has a
Charter
lineup.
drains energy,
It's
9S. Please
it's
keep your
real.
comments reserved for mission-related topics.
Ooh. Got some, Oh, I know what's happened. Bear with me. So, little tech issue. It's not just Myth that has controller issues. My keyboard has stopped working.
Oh.
And it's locked on the walk forward key.
Oh. That's unfortunate. Is it like a sticky keys thing or something?
Oh no, it's just...
Oh,
I might even have
walking
to pop out a fresh new keyboard in the middle of this run.
Wow.
Oh. Oh, we're good. We're good. Okay. Hopefully that won't happen again.
Alright. It's alright. We're keeping it interesting. So, this is pretty precise, as you can tell, and kind of annoying. But I think Amei's gonna get it on this one. I can feel it. And by that one, I meant this one.
Maybe this one.
Yeah, this one for sure. That's what I was actually feeling. This skip is really annoying, by the way, guys. The reason we meme on the lineup is because it's so annoying. Sometimes you get it, and you feel like, yeah, this is easy, and then sometimes you just don't get it. Also, I'm interested to see if Myth gets or goes for the moose clip. I feel like Myth is the kind of guy who goes for the moose clip every time.
You know what? I'm feeling Ooh. Actually, I'm just gonna go for the little crowd pleaser anyway.
Ooh.
I didn't get it in the very end, right as I decided to leave.
Yeah. What the heck?
But I guess we got a little bit of time.
Do you want to explain what you're doing?
No,
Oh, Myth got friggin' moose clip.
Oh!
Super fast. Let's go, gamers. We got a couple gamers here. Woo! No, don't get Fang. Don't get Fang. What the heck? Alright. Amei's memeing. Amei's getting Fang and the twins.
It's a beautiful weapon.
Really great weapon that people picked up in the early days, and when looking back at it, no one knew why. Myth? Oh, okay. We're good.
I think Myth's still dead on our end.
Yeah, I can't hear Myth.
Would
sorry.
anyone like to put in chat? Oh.
Hello?
Hello, Myth? No luck.
I understand ISOM, but there were no clips that we needed the high jump for.
The structures were referred to by names such as
I was.
You know,
I was
funnily
barreling
enough,
Bangalore.
there was one clip, or I guess a cutscene avoidance that would have used it, but nobody
Yeah.
used it for that.
Yeah. It's because that, I guess that was also kind of before people widely used SD heavies.
Yeah.
But oh yeah, so I need to explain. You know how we had damage glitch with 2B? Well, we also have damage glitch with 9S. We don't get the same double damage glitch. You can technically do one, but it's a pain and it's really not worth it in the end. But for 9S, you have to jump before you dash and then light attack. So it's a little bit different, but it also adds. I kind of like it in some ways because it adds a little bit of extra precision to the combat. Where yeah, you have that with 2B, but with 9S you kind of just like stop in the air, and it's interesting. It hurts my hands. I don't know what else to say about it when you're doing a long run. Myth got a desert housing skip pretty fast.
Ah, but does he have Fang?
What is this?
But does he have the voice capability? Sorry, Myth.
That's a low blow.
I know, it's low. So this pit fight is for the most part basically the same, except for the difference in damage glitch, which is the jump dash light attack. Myth's catching up. Myth gaining some good time there, making it competitive. So the nice thing about this fight is Adam is actually keeps the same levels from when you played as 2B. And he levels up as the fight goes on. So you just melt him.
Ooh. It's a little bit of a ninja there.
Unfortunately, even a level 8 enemy is everything's scary. Everything's scary in Amei's playthrough. +6.
Yeah. Everything tickles me in the wrong way, I guess.
Is that the only way you could have said that? It's such a weird. Yeah, it does not tickle your fancy.
Nah, does not tickle my pickle. I'm sorry.
Alright. Anyway, we've got the same box clip, and then we're gonna do a save warp.
Ooh.
I think I need to refresh your stream.
Second try at least, which is first try.
First try?
Hell yeah.
Everyone clap, please. And F in the chat for Myth.
Yeah.
Oh, Myth. Oh, damn it. Sometimes I think I can still hear his voice.
Somewhere off in the distance, he is shouting into his mic.
I can actually see that. I can imagine him. What the heck? Come on.
If
Discord?
What the hell?
if Myth is talking, but there's no one to hear him, is he really talking?
So true. That hits deep. But yeah, we're basically just going through the same events as A ending. And Amei is just going for some combat is not the right word actually. Movement. It's just movement. It's just dashing. Lots of dashing. Dash chaining is faster than running. Myth gets the save warp first try, by the way. I think that despite Myth attempting to exit out and exit back into the marathon chat, not being in the chat is helping him out. Oh, he posted something.
Oh, did he post?
No root. He's getting a no root error for Discord. So
Oh, maybe he
I
could hop
could
on mobile or something.
yeah.
That could work.
Hey Myth, if you can. Oh, he can't hear us. I don't think.
Yeah. Someone could put it in
I'll
chat.
send him a message.
Operator to 9S. Data upload complete.
I'm sure he has
I
Twitch
also
chat up
have
or
an
something.
incoming message from the commander. Initiating playback. 2B, 9S.
I just sent him a
We've
message.
lost contact with several Yorha units that were on their way to the surface. Their black boxes are online, so we presume they're still alive.
So you can do the same, all the same kind of cutscene skips, little cutscene avoids by just going over them.
End transmission.
Yeah, and we do a little save warp here using the transporter we picked up earlier.
Yep. We're also about to get something else really important, aren't we?
Are we?
No, not quite. I'm done. I'm dumb. Yeah, I'm dumb. Don't worry about it. I was mixing something
Play.
Oh gosh. Did you not get it?
I may have ran the wrong way.
Alright, so there's a skip that you can do there as Amei to skip the Let's Play and make it a true speed run, but unfortunately everyone makes the same joke about Let's Play. So it's a Let's Play.
So fun fact, since I have taunt plus 6, this roller coaster ride is actually very scary if I taunt. They will one-shot me. I'm just gonna resist the urge to press my flashlight button.
Amei, riddle me this. What isn't terrifying anymore? I think there's like maybe 3 enemies.
Funnily enough, the worst one, I saw them one in the very last area of the game. It's one of the least scary with taunt plus 6. Something that will be quite terrifying for Myth, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Other than that, yeah. I'm in for a spicy time. These are not the noodles I ordered.
No more noodles. Come on. I don't know what I'm saying. I want some noodles.
I'd love some noodles.
Oh. A nice, like, some white sauce, some, like, fettuccine. Ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Now I'm feeling a pizza after this run.
I don't know what I'm doing for dinner, but I'm gonna be, like, an hour late for my normal dinner. Anyway, that's not very important.
No, that's not a...
Hey!
Right. Hey!
Oh, hello!
I'm connected through my phone on... Here, wait, let me... Okay.
Oh, what? Oh, I take it back. I am having a curry.
How can I mount this so that way you guys are close to my voice? Okay. I have my phone on my microphone boom arm, so hopefully you guys can hear me as I speak.
We can hear you.
Okay, cool. So, I think something is not allowing my house IP to connect, because I'm using my data right now. So,
okay.
although
Weird.
I'm still able to stream to the RTMP, if somebody can confirm.
Yeah, I can see you.
Okay.
Someone might need to bump up Myth's audio on the stream side.
Yeah, because I'm super, like, not optimal for the microphone here. Let me move this closer. Here, wait. Test. Yeah, it's more in front of my face now.
It was commonly referred to as a roller coaster.
There we go. I think we're back now. So, I'll be honest. There's a lot of interesting things that happen as 9S, but overall, it's kind of like, oh, we do this clip differently. We do this clip like this, and then there's one big thing that's going to come up relatively soon, which is going to change the rest of the run entirely. But for now, what?
Sorry. Would you like to just say lots of things for Rod Myth?
The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. I hope that was enough.
Keep talking.
'Cause that's all I got.
Just say words like yum yum.
Words are fun to say. I'm going into Beauvoir now. This, I don't have too many recoveries nor buffs, so this is going to be a little bit sketchy, but I should be okay to go into this fight.
Right. You're goon, apparently. You're goon.
I am a goon, thank you
You're
very
a
much.
goon. Wow, that's rough. What the heck, El? That's not mean. Amei doing a lamp skip? Or, you know...
Attempting to do lamp skip.
I say doing in a very loose sense of the word doing.
There we go. That's more like it.
Now that's a more better.
Totally saved all 2 seconds right there.
Woo! Nice.
Speeding.
Are either of the runners going to attempt 9S deep factory skip in about 30 minutes or so?
That is a good question. I may give it a shot. I've never tried it. So what could go wrong?
Nothing.
On the bright side, if it does go wrong, it's just a little bit of a time loss, but nothing too big.
It's not that big. I think it's worth.
I'll give it a shot. Why not?
Woo! Amei is a person of the people. Alright. So remember when we fought angles and did that whole thing? We're just gonna do the same thing. That skip's actually one of the ones that is exactly the same because it's the little hole in the wall. Oh wait, right.
We're not quite there.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I totally skipped an entire section of my brain. We're gonna do basically a similar thing. Are you gonna go for the fun one?
Mm-hmm. I have no idea if it's there.
I don't either, but
because no mini map. But if it's there, I'll give it a go.
You have a visual for it anyway.
I wonder if you can do the ledge grab clip out there instead of pushing the box. Is it here?
It is here.
What is it?
All right, so this is pretty fun. This is purely fan service.
Is it remote control or subjugate? I don't remember. It's subjugate, isn't it?
Subjugate.
Subjugate. I didn't know. I just saying what you guys said.
It has to have the halo over it, so that's the subjugate one.
Whee!
It jumps so good. It's a good jumper. Nuggets of brilliant information. It jumps so good. It's a good jumper.
Oh,
you're welcome. Now you can speedrun NieR. NieR Automata, rather.
Oh my god.
We got friendship cannon for next Groon. Alright, so I don't think I'll do the same joke. Amei it can actually do something really cool here, which is because of taunt +6, you can just taunt the medium biped and have it just punch your lights out.
Mm-hmm. He's not the best with his aim sometimes though. Nice. I've had him miss quite a few times.
I'm having some mega difficulties with lamp skip here.
Alright, so did Amei.
Oh, wow. Okay. That was a struggle.
Shooting an enemy just to get some dialogue. To write over some other dialogue. And now we're at 9 squid, where he just schloops through the hole.
9 squid.
I thought it was pretty good.
So why don't the machines
The best thing since Octodad.
attack the bunker directly?
Octodad's
They
great.
really came here from outer space, right?
What a game.
Aren't there
I feel like
speedruns for
Octodad is a good representation of trying to press all the buttons in a speedrun. Certainly feels that way.
Yeah.
Wasn't Octodad featured in a marathon recently? I forget it. I don't know.
I feel like it'd be
Might
really
be making that up.
speedrun. Or it could be.
I would love to see an Octodad speedrun. If it exists. I think it exists.
I'm pretty sure it does exist.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm like basically 99.99% positive because I remember hearing about it when it came out.
If there are speedruns of people sharpening pencils, I'm sure somebody does not Octodad. Not to discredit the pencil sharpening speedrunners, mind you.
Or the Octodad speedrunners, come on.
They requested that you cease making unauthorized modifications.
See if I can sloop through the hole.
Yes. Do the big
Yes, let
swoop.
go of the ladder.
Fight it out if you must.
That's what you want to do through the hole, by the way. Oh. That's a good sloop. That was just like a right through that hole.
I don't know, Shabber, you're making the noises and I'm not complaining.
You couldn't have said a weirder response. Shabby, you're making the noises and I'm not complaining. Alright, so this is basically the same exact thing. You just shoot him in the leg and bye-bye.
What do you think?
Did you upgrade? Did you get VC3?
Now do you believe
Myth?
we're not a threat?
I did, yeah. At the beginning of B.
Dope.
I suppose.
Oh, I didn't see that. My bad.
I probably could have gotten it way earlier, but
So now we should be on a roughly even footing. Save from the taunt chips.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah.
like that's taken up by one or two deaths or a couple deaths. I feel like so it's time if so you know, Amei the god, might not happen, but you know, could happen.
Can always happen. There's
We've detected a Goliath
some tasty,
colony in
juicy,
the city room.
juicy,
It seems to be accompanied
I
by
guess,
a large
meaty
life form. All
boxes.
members are ordered to engage at once.
No.
Operator 218 here, do you read me?
It's
Operator
a medium
I have
rare
bad news
box.
and I have good news. Bad first. We've confirmed the presence of 2 Goliath-class heavy weapons.
I don't know.
Now the good news.
You may ask for medium rare, but it could come out well done.
Don't you want it to be well done? Not like actually, like you know, food
Oh,
analogies
no.
aside. Food analogies aside, don't you want it to be done well?
Sure,
I mean, like,
sure.
yeah, if we're going with the food analogy, yeah, medium rare, but God. But yeah, no, it's we've seen some spaghetti from both ends, so spaghetti could happen. Oh yeah, by the way, this is what I was talking about earlier. Picture book. Picture book allows us to just skip tons of dialogue super fast. You just play a cutscene, the game's like, okay.
legitimately best skip in the game.
It's so nice. It's just, you use it everywhere, and it's just like, you tell the game, alright, you don't want to show me this cutscene. Just, I don't want to show you this cutscene.
I can picture, like, Obi-Wan Kenobi, like...
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was doing the Jedi mind trick
Yeah.
motion. But I couldn't get the words out for some reason. It just, like, stopped. I was like,
These are not the androids you are looking for.
Yeah. Alright, so, Amei continues on to
the bunker.
And then to Pascal's village.
Oh, good lord, I didn't equip my chips.
Hey. Ooh.
I always remember it right here at Engels, where, you know what, I probably should have quit my chips. So this is what happens when you don't deal enough damage at this point in the game against Engels. You have to spend way too much time actually having to kill him. Usually we could just two-shot him with the missiles.
Alright, and Myth goes into negotiations, which, what was once long, arduous task is now a picture book away from completion. Big words scare 9S, so he has to look at his picture book and ignore everything that's going on.
Negotiations is a very big word.
It's large. 9S doesn't do so well with complex things.
We can end this long and arduous war once and for all. Our intel team is hard at work attempting to analyze the source of the signal, but we're not there yet.
Alright, so Amei just doing some buys. Is this the one that's like the last big buys of the run, or is it?
We picked up a
this is
couple
more
later in
intermediate.
Bunker.
Oh, right, I forgot. Okay, yeah, those are really important, actually. Yeah, okay. And we're off to the forest, which is also pretty similar to the 2B version.
What is this place?
With some slight differences.
Or is it? Depends, because there are a bunch of other strats if either of us are brave enough to do it.
My name
Do
is
it.
Adam. The
Should I go for
aliens
it?
you seek are no longer
Why
here.
not?
I'm not too familiar,
They were wiped out
but
centuries ago by us.
Just feel it out, you know?
Machines.
Wiped out.
actually,
Feel it.
let's put it this way: are you going for it,
Will
Myth?
wipe out the androids
Which?
next.
The what is it called? Happy Fishing Village? Is that the term?
Sorry.
The sloop through Pascal's
Oh, yeah. Totally didn't.
village.
Whoosh! Right over my head.
Right, you
But
doing
yeah, I'll be doing that in Pascal's village.
Alright. Oh, I guess I get to be the boring boy today.
No.
What?
Both go for it, come on.
Come on, Amei, you can't be pandering to me. I was having tech issues earlier.
Hey, I'm not sure if you heard it, but my keyboard just completely died on me earlier.
Oh yeah, when he was doing a desert housing, it just died.
But why were you using
Oh,
keyboard?
thank God.
What?
Because I was pod launching.
Oh, I see. Right, yeah, you have
Yeah.
that lineup. That despicable lineup.
I do in fact have a lineup. Shoutouts to Fullest for providing such a beautiful lineup for the skip.
It looked like it was helping a lot.
It was definitely helping a lot.
I'm sorry.
I guess Myth doesn't know what my hidden
I'll rest if I feel like it.
hidden weapon, so to speak, is.
No, I saw it in chat.
Oh.
But we could pretend that I don't know what that weapon is.
Sure.
What's your hidden weapon? What the heck? Oh my gosh, I actually thought you weren't gonna salvage that.
Of course. Pascal.
Yes,
Where?
Alright. Sorry, my brain just stopped working for like however long that I was silent.
Okay, Max.
Alright, so... Oh, sorry. So we need to pick up a teleporter over here. For later. Remember to hydrate.
Hydrate or dihydrate?
Oh, hydrate or dihydrate. Okay, picking up a teleporter. I said that.
Yep.
And
We'll
now...
be using that to teleport later.
Yes. Now Amei's just gonna go and grab a cutscene. So this is a little bit different. We're actually gonna see the interior of the castle this time. But you have to go all the way to the back of it to get a to get Dice's. Oh, to get 9S's
9S works just
cutscene that you have to pick up here. It's a mandatory trigger. Otherwise, you look like a buffoon on the last level of the castle.
We don't get to choose our
Has happened to me actually many times. I'll be honest.
What a buffoon.
What a fool.
No.
Oh yeah, let's make sure that I actually have my chips. Rookie mistake.
I'm gonna reload you guys.
So coming up here with the A2 fight, specifically with Tone plus 6, the fight becomes very trivial. I'm sure it'll be great for Myth, but A2's just gonna take a little nap on the floor, and then it'll be all over. I guess A2 is gonna decide that she doesn't really want to fight us today.
Hey, you know, loafing around in the castle seems pretty fun.
That's me sometimes, you know. I lay down and I realize I didn't want to do that today. I didn't want to do anything today.
This is fine.
This is fine. About to commentate from my bed. Yeah, she's just napping. Now she's gone. Bye, A2.
So something that Amei and I were alluding to earlier is that because 9S's movement through the castle is through the forest is relatively slow, we can go back to Pascal's village here, which seems a little counterintuitive, but is slightly faster than having 9S just run right through the forest area to get to the castle.
Speaking of weird movement, Amei just did a double lift off the stairs. Wait, did you do a double lift?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. You did a double lift off the stairs, then Mirage to get over that invisible boundary that you have to get through. That costs like 2 minutes or something crazy. It's such a simple skip, but it saves so much time. I love that. I love that clip, Myth. It's so
awesome.
funny.
Shout out to Bubsia for finding that, because it's such a simple clip, because we're using the geometry of the ring that Pascal's village sort of makes, and we use that geometry to clip out of bounds, and it's relatively easy if you know what you're looking for, but I know just from practice it's kind of difficult to get if you're just YOLOing it.
Yeah, it's in theory though it's pretty simple. It's just a lift and a dash, but all right, we're almost at everyone's favorite Everybody Loves Groon Part 2. What's that? Does anyone know the Everybody Loves Raymond theme? I don't.
I do not.
I don't even...
I was going to make a brilliant joke that everyone was going to love. Everyone was going to laugh. Everyone's mom was going to laugh too, but everybody loves Groon. But yeah, we're coming up on Groon Part 2. I'm excited.
Are you excited? I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, I'm ready to take a nap. Alright, so again, this is a bit different than 2B. We don't have the movement capabilities that 2B has, so we actually do have to do this the right way.
The right way.
Well, not exactly the right way, you know what I mean.
The way that casually I thought would be the normal way.
Ooh. Shoutouts to the super rare enhanced
Oh, hey!
Spicy chicken. Let's call it that, since we're in a marathon.
Spicy chicken. Dude, I want spicy chicken now.
Big
A
chicken.
spicy chicken sandwich.
Big spicy chicken.
Oh,
Yes.
I am buffed. We're safe. I mean, we're probably not safe, but
No one is safe with topless 6.
Sorry, that was probably really loud. I just... I was spooked. I love fighting that spinner as 9S though, because you just jump up and just damage glitch him. So one thing I actually didn't mention actually it's kind of late now. In the A ending, you skip dialogue by doing all of that craziness, and then you jump on the building and it does the two rams dialogue hitting each other. In this one, you just picture book through it, but it's still pretty cool. I like how that ends up working out. It is a dialogue storage almost.
From the black box of a fugitive known as A2. What you see in front of you is your
Myth
enemy.
having a
This is fine.
yeah. There you go.
I
Nice.
forgot what my lineup was, or my timing was for A2. And then that happened. Alright. Going to Pascal's Village. Almost time for second Groon.
And final Groon.
Isn't it just the best when both of us are in Groon?
Yep, you're both good to be in Groon. Dang. Alright, you guys get to fill time this time.
I have nothing to add to that.
no.
I think I saw earlier in chat Friendship wanted to do something.
Groon facts.
Oh yeah. So I guess this is a beautiful time. If anyone has Groon facts, we would love to read them out.
Angry or standard? I'd say standard. Because
Die der Kritik kann allerdings die Kritik der Waffen nicht ersetzen. Yep, I am good at this. Die Material Gewalt must gestürzt werden durch Material Gewalt Alien aus die Theorie wird zur Materialien Gewalt sobald sie die Massen ergreift. Yes, thank you.
Beautiful.
beautiful.
Thank you, Friendship Cannon. That was beautiful. I don't know what it said.
5 out of 7. Nice. Above average par.
Take it.
Oh yeah. I'm totally up for that. I don't know about you guys, but I would love to hear.
Yeah.
Friendship
Oh
read
yeah.
that.
Go for it. By all means, I'll mute myself.
Alright then, here we go. Prepare for some of the finest of German literary works, which is Die Waffe der Kritik kann allerdings die Kritik der Waffen nicht ersetzen. Die materielle Gewalt muss gestützt werden durch materielle Gewalt. Allein auch die Theorie wird zur materiellen Gewalt, sobald sie die Massen ergreift.
Beautiful. Thank you, Friendship.
Thank you.
So what does it mean? That's my follow-on question.
deafened.
Yeah. We will never know what that meant.
Oh, right, yeah, I can't. I don't need to do that. So hopefully I don't stop Flock doing these picture books here.
2B, 9.
Good. Okay. There's a thing you can do with that because we have the picture book. We don't actually have to get the dialogue trigger that we would normally get in A ending. We can just cause the dialogue to be skipped from the picture book. But there's a thing that if you do it too quickly, then you can actually soft lock by either like skipping the cutscene too quickly or getting into the flight unit too fast, and then the game just like goes black screen and soft locks you.
Friendship, what did you say?
It means something like the weapon of criticism cannot replace the criticizing weapons, and something about material force or violence needs to be countered in a way of itself, and it needs to grip the masses, which is like democratic socialist ethics taken a little bit further than you'd normally would.
Wow, I could have died there. Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's pretty much the sentiment you'll get from communism.
Yeah. That does seem to be in line with the his colleagues.
Attention, this is Carrier Blue Ridge 2.
Also, you get psyched, well, because this is from the Karl Marx page.
We've come under heavy fire from the enemy.
This is not a grunt
Our
fact,
escort ship has taken damage and is unable
because
to engage.
Marx also needs some
We're
love.
currently resisting with all remaining support fighters, but we can't hold them off for long.
Alright, lay it on me.
I repeat, this is Carrier Blue Ridge 2.
I think we can all appreciate Marx facts and Grun facts. Well, maybe.
I'm
if you paid attention in philosophy, then maybe this is interesting. Which I certainly did not.
I did. I like philosophy. Let's do it. Do you mind reading what you posted, Friendship?
The Einleitung zur Kritik der Hegelschen Rechtsphilosophie, Marx Engels Gesamtausgabe. That's the work it's from. The quote is taken from.
Oh.
Which is Introduction to Criticism of Hegel, who's another philosopher, and his philosophy on law in the summed up works of Marx and Engels.
Nice. I think one of my favorite little things is Beauvoir being named Beauvoir, and then the thematic, like the theme of Beauvoir's boss fight, like wanting to be beautiful, and then like Beauvoir's work being gender.
Very human for such a machine. Oh, the irony.
Do you want to read more German? Friendship canon. You don't have to if you don't want to, but you're welcome to. I think everyone's enjoying it.
Story time with.
I wonder if my keyboard's still working.
Did you try turning it on and off again, Amei?
Oh yeah. Just a little temperamental, I guess.
Command has decided to stage a direct satellite laser strike on the hostile. We need you to destroy the enemy EMP generator so we can lock onto the target.
At least we're getting into the home stretch. You know, the second Grun fight is kind of the home stretch. We do have all of C ending left, but it's C ending's a lot
C
more
ending is
fun
pretty
to
grueling.
watch.
I mean, we have everything except like the quite long prologue. The 2 ending long prologue.
Yeah, we're almost done with the. Yeah, it's true. We're almost only through the prologue. I had a friend who's playing through the game. And he's like part of the way through A, and he's like, I don't get I kind of get it, but I don't get why people say it's so sad. And I'm like, hoo boy, hoo boy. That's all I'll say. I'm just a hoo boy.
Okay, Quo wants to let everyone know that that meine Katze hat 2 Auspuffrohre, which means my cat has 2 exhaust pipes. I would get that checked out.
That's. Is it a fake cat?
Maybe
a robot.
Maybe it helps it go faster. They're like racing stripes.
Oh, I just had the worst image of a real cat with exhaust pipes.
I hope it makes vroom noises.
I'm imagining it has like those chopper bike exhaust pipes.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Those are pretty nice.
Those are built for... Yeah.
Built for speed.
Going all anime on this. Okay, we can start with a little bit on his childhood, meaning Karl Grün in his education, because that's important to know where people come from, so you can understand them. Grün war Sohn eines Volksschullehrers. Einer seiner Brüder war Albert Grün. Nach der Volksschule in seiner Heimatstadt besuchte er das Gymnasium in Wetzlar. In dieser Zeit begann er sich an einem von Schülern herausgegebenen Wochenblatt zu beteiligen und sich mit zeitgenössischen Autoren zu beschäftigen. Nach dem Abitur studierte Grün ab 1835 Philologie und evangelische Theologie in Bonn. Dort begegnete er erstmals Karl Marx. Im Jahr 1838 wechselte er nach Berlin und studierte nun Philologie und Philosophie. Dort wurde er durch die Junghegelianer beeinflusst. Zusammen mit Marx gehörte Grün möglicherweise zu den linkshegelianischen Diskussionskreisen. In Berlin promovierte Grün zum Dr. Phil.
A lot of Hegel.
Yeah, they're all connected.
Didn't Grün and Marx have a falling out after they didn't they attend school together? I think.
Yeah, that's what this says, pretty much. And meeting up for debating circles, discussion groups. When he went to Berlin.
That's really interesting. By the way, one thing I do need to point out in terms of run stuff is when you're in the little like hacking icon thing, you'll notice that like Amei, what Amei was doing, and then what Myth is going to do was, we call it vectoring, where you just go in a diagonal line, and Amei's actually going to do something, hopefully get something pretty cool here. If you hold down the hack button here, and then you go fast, you can just get an instant hack.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. No idea what causes it. Well, we know how to get it, but, like, I'm not sure what interaction in the game causes that to just happen to the player.
Yeah. I can never... It continues through this next area, right?
It does.
Yeah.
You can get it on
you're
the first
holding
one.
down Y.
Yeah.
You have
But
to be holding down Y the whole time.
Exactly.
Or a hack button, whatever your hack button is, I guess.
You can actually swap to your keyboard and still carry it over, as long as you don't swap back to controller and put it over.
That's interesting.
Just get that extra 2 frames.
Look at that speed. Nice. So we're just hacking into the bunker database, and it's going to tell us all the big plot twists.
game has a story?
No.
Wait, this
I
story.
thought I was just killing machines.
Machines are the enemy.
Don't forget it.
Don't forget it.
Alert. Obstacle ahead.
Like how we've
A
devolved.
collision at this
We've
speed.
just.
Yeah.
Isn't that how this usually devolves? I mean, come on.
I mean, yeah. A to
Yeah.
Z was. I don't know if we had more or less pep in our step for longer, but I feel like I tired myself out at the beginning. I was talking to an auctioneer, dude. Oh.
We were dead like 2 hours into that run.
And then we just started hanging out, just chilling. That was really fun.
Sadly, we won't have either Boro victory today, but we may see if we can get a little moose of victory somewhere in the run.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
Alright,
no,
there
we
are-
won't have it because we don't have the sachet.
Oh yeah, true. Right, because you don't need to do that. God, I love A to Z. A to Z is such a good.
A to Z is an awesome category.
I still like all chapters better.
Oh, but we'll be doing all chapters, don't you worry.
Yeah, I know.
Just maybe not in the.
Well, we'll be doing chapters.
Anyway, you guys are pretty close,
least.
actually.
I just went the wrong way around the bunker.
Oh no.
Ah, downsides of not having a minimap.
Oh wait. This is how you do it.
Oh. There we go.
No.
Sorry, I wasn't gonna go to the hangar. I've not
Alright.
devolved that far.
I need to pull up the sheet again. Alright, so you're going for Deep Factory. Minus.
I'm gonna give it a go.
You're gonna try it.
I mean, the best way to try new skips is just to YOLO them right off the bat, like
in a marathon race.
In a marathon.
Yeah. Maybe not in a marathon, but that's what I did every time. I never practiced, which is why I was bad. So maybe it's not a.
It's okay. The only thing on the line is Rod's $5. So.
True. It's not even your $5.
Yeah.
Let's go, Rod. $5.
Woo!
Proposal. Engage memory core diagnostics.
You know, I can't even remember how you do it. So that's probably not a.
It's
Oh no! I remember. Pretty good.
Memory core diagnostics.
Oh yeah. Okay, I think I remember too.
Proposal.
You jump off and hack while you're.
Yeah.
Okay.
Visual sensor
I honestly I'm not familiar enough with this to say it with as much conviction as I do the other skips. So you need to get a trigger here, if I remember correctly, and now Amei is going to try and jump off and hack something? Or are you hacking the thing below?
No, he's hacking the machine up
Oh,
in
yeah!
the top right, so in the cage. You have to wait for that machine to basically be in the grating.
Oh,
yeah,
I didn't quite
for
get
some
it.
reason machines don't have clip, like they have no clip when I guess they're far enough away from the player. So the machine gets stuck in the wall.
Right, and then
Wonder if
you're
I could,
halfway out.
Tease
Yeah.
this guy. No. Oh, no. Ah. That's enough attempts anyway.
Yeah. It's alright, Myth's gonna go for it too.
Yeah.
Right, Myth?
Very funny.
I don't know what's funny about the truth, but okay.
Detected. Warhead unit storage records.
Who found a Deep Factory 2? Or Deep Factory?
I believe it was Marky.
Yeah, the original one was by Marky.
Okay. Oh, by the way, that guy's hitbox is really deceptive. When he does the overhead swing, the overhead part of it actually doesn't really exist. So you can just jump over him. So there. Oh yeah, I should probably mention that when you're in the biped, it's faster to backdash. We Ocarina of Time now, but we get a flying machine.
A floaty boy.
I was gonna call it something more funny, or funnier. God, I've lost it. Hit a wall. In marvelous fashion, just head first.
Detected. Council of Humanity and Project Yorha Records Index.
Did you go through?
Alert. We are not authorized.
I don't think so. Based on the way I'm talking, I don't think so.
Oh, I've never had that happen before.
Oh wow!
I guess I aggroed him from like all the way across the map.
Oh, wow!
I've never seen that before.
Well, Myth, here's your chance.
Don't worry, boys, I'm catching up.
Deep factory
Hot
or bust.
on Amei's heels.
Deep factory or bust. Go big or go home. Don't go home.
Negative. Emergency backup request from 2B.
Go big.
Affirmative.
Please.
Ah, 9S. We recently detected large numbers of machine life forms throughout the factory area. We received a support request from 2B soon thereafter, but have been
So hopefully this time I don't get murdered. Ah, beautiful.
Oh, Isom, you missed it.
Peace, serenity.
Amei totally got it. First try. It was great. The VOD also is already deleted, so you can't see it. But you have to take our word for it. It was great. It's the most magnificent deep factory skip you've ever seen. My brain's working so slow. I've got Dumbo brain right now. I love this shot. This is one of my favorite shots in the game, when the camera pulls back and you just see how big the factory is.
I got super lucky. Can I? Oh! I don't think I waited long enough. I got there so fast, man.
Myth's going big, but not in all the wrong ways.
Oh yeah, this dude's like nowhere. I should have waited way longer.
Do it, Myth. Do it.
I'm not doing it. I'm
Do
not.
it. Go for it. Do it.
I don't know how to do it.
Neither do I.
Yeah, no. Oh.
I didn't stop me.
Amei has a lot less on the line than I do.
Free time loss.
There's a whole $5 on the line.
100% free time loss.
Yeah.
Oh god. Damn it. Fuck. I should have dashed away.
Oh wow. He got you on that one. Homie had the wind up and everything. He had the read.
Wait, what about reading?
Oh, I said that
skipped
he had the read.
Don't hurt me! Oh, fuck! What is this?
Oh! What the heck? Oh my gosh!
That launched me so far away, what?
That was awesome. What the heck? That was so sick.
Oh no. That was super cool.
I've legit never seen that before.
I've never seen that before either. Usually that enemy, I guess, just kills everything that it, like, touches.
Oh, I guess this factory is changing the meta, potentially.
Yeah, but don't you usually skip this part?
Everyone's doing really well.
Yeah.
You both have had great factories so far.
Hey man, we are the pinnacle of E-ending gameplay. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking from the commentator side.
Oh.
I'm not even doing anything. Oh no, I meant like I can talk big because I'm not actually playing.
Oh, I see.
Like you died, losers? Come on.
I mean, technically that doesn't count as a death, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Quick little save load from me there. Just for that point that one out.
Yeah, no, that's good. A little save scum. Saves a little bit of time. A little bit of movement.
To explain this, skip a bit, you get the door where all the machines are and go back to where the two machines are that are walking in a circle. There is an angle. Please don't hurt me. There's an angle you can look at one of them, and they will walk out of bounds and fall. You hack him before he does that, and are now out of bounds and in 3D space. So once you're in 3D space, you can like navigate the great area, and you can like lock on to an enemy that's really, really, really far away from you that I guess normally you wouldn't be able to hack. But for some reason, when we're falling, we're able to lock onto that guy and just hack him. Skipping like a pretty decent amount of the Deep Factory.
When do you talk to Commander in the bunker? Like in the hallway.
Yeah. I've already given her a little chat.
I don't remember when that happens. I like spaced out.
She decided to stay on the right side of the planet, I guess, this time. Some people aren't always so lucky.
Just want it to happen one more time. Just once. Alright, more shmup.
Yay! My
this
favorite
is...
part of the speedrun.
Yeah. Do you know that on Myth screen, you can clip out using those orange blocks?
I do know that, and it's really funny.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything, but it's funny.
Also, this straightaway that I'm on right now is also a really good representation of how vectored movement, so I'm holding W and D on my keyboard, and I'm moving significantly faster than I would be if I was just holding either W or holding the angle on joystick.
I would just like to jump in and point out that I am now at the part of the game where, with Taunt plus 6, even if you use buffs, everything will one-shot you pretty much.
Yeah, so Amei has to play way more carefully than I do.
Yeah. I don't have the luxury of taking any hits that Myth may or may not be comfortable with. I just have to nope right out of there.
Yeah. This is also not to say that Myth is not in a scary position with Taunt plus 3. He definitely is. But, just, there are literally, just, Amei just dies to everything.
I just roll over.
Like, an enemy blows some air in the wrong direction at him and he dies, so...
Well, I guess apart from these guys. Although they definitely,
they're close,
they definitely tickle.
I don't remember which one of them is really scary. Wow, you are getting so lucky.
Yeah.
Usually it's by the size of the machine. So the medium bipeds usually deal a lot more damage than the smaller machines. Albeit they're all still pretty damn scary, so...
Yeah, there's a certain attack I think that's one of them has that's really strong.
I think it's
I remember getting
little
one
lax
shot by it
boys.
in an A to Z run one time.
Oh, actually no, it might be the spinning around attack, because that one can hit twice.
Oh yeah. Oh, what I was gonna say is you're so lucky you didn't get hit by another enemy there. So that you didn't get the.
Oh no.
Oh.
So yeah. That's like the worst thing that could have happened, actually. Okay, there we go. We're safe.
I'm behind you. I just saw you get platforms.
Communications are currently being jammed.
All right.
So you're not meant to get platforms, but I whiffed one of my attacks, and we got to see additional content.
Are you gonna do the?
Yep.
Cool. All right. There's a little minor time save skip that you can do here. You intentionally take some damage, and then you die as Eve dies.
Oh,
and then...
that went straight through me.
Oh.
Oh, balls.
That's unfortunate. Anyway, normally it would teleport you to the next section, or it would respawn you to the next section, rather. It's pretty cool. Also, people probably don't know this, but if you played this a lot, and you do know this section, you can actually just go over a lot of these.
Yeah, I guess like how walls are an illusion, so are half of these blocks.
Yeah. Whoop.
Sloop-de-sloop.
I'm sorry, my brain is not working. I'm like trying to like, so hard to get words out, but I'm just like standing here staring at my screen with like this uncomfortable half smile on my face. Do you know what I'm talking about? Where you kind of like are showing a little bit of teeth, but it's not enough to look comfortable, and you end up just kind of looking like... Yeah, you get what I'm talking about.
I have an inkling of what you're talking about, Shuffer.
Yeah.
Other than that, I'm not really sure.
This guy gets it. So SD coming in clutch again. This part's really scary, isn't it?
Yeah, this is very scary. I can actually get hit during a forced cutscene if I'm really unlucky.
You're using the pause to
yes
gain iframes, right?
Yes. So if I pause, I get a very brief moment where I can't take damage. So that lets me just continue on instead of having to play super safe. I only have to play quite safe.
If we destroy the 3 guiding units, will it stop the rest? Most likely, yes. Pod, I need you to locate Eve's current position.
Location has been
Alright, and for Amei, that is ending B as we get Myth going into the Eve fight.
Do be careful.
Prologue is over.
Woo! It's time for the real stuff. Also, my least favorite enemies in the game are coming up soon. I hate the hacker bots.
So we go visit Hacker Man, who, for some reason or other, decides, hey, have some drugs. And as you know, they're expensive, so we're gonna take them.
RNGE drugs. I tried.
G.
RNG drugs. So E-drugs are really interesting. We used to use them a lot before we knew about picture booking. And there was a very short period of time where that was actually the route, was we would get E-drugs from Jackass. But E-drugs have a small chance of like super speeding dialogue. And there's a couple unskippable dialogue scenes. We're going to use it in one specific area, which you'll see, and hopefully we get the super speed dialogue.
Brother, brother.
I would also like to point out that C ending, so from now on, death is rough. Like, if you don't have checkpoints anymore. So if you die, you go back to the last time you saved. And since we're speedrunning maybe they'll like be more cautious about it, but and then there's definitely places you'll save if you know you're spooked. But for the most part, you'll be losing a good chunk of progress if you die. So dying is very scary.
Yeah, mostly the hardest parts of the combat come from the war section at the beginning of C, but also in the specific boxes that you have to fight. So those are filled with different enemies and different challenges.
God box, soul box, and meat box.
The meatiest of all boxes.
Oh, so meaty. I'm so hungry.
So meaty.
Run, run.
I could go for some meat.
Good bit of meat and chips, perhaps.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Stay
by
there,
the way,
Eve.
so sorry.
Stay there.
All right, and so that's a big difference between Myth and Amei's Eve fight. Is that Myth was able to just tank that hit, where Amei would not have been able to tank that hit. All these hits, as a matter of fact. And there goes Myth in B ending. So now everyone is terrified of death, and not just in the existential form. But what I was going to say is that Amei is now at a hacking section where he needs to hack these robots, and actually if you hack them in a certain way and you don't kill them, which is important, this guy is really tricky, and if you don't kill him, then you can actually hack one less than you are normally supposed to. So little trick here is that normally it's like, oh, you have to go all the way up there, that's annoying, that's... We're not going to do that. You can actually just shoot it, and then you can get it to come down a little bit, and then you can hack it from there. When in doubt, just make noises. And that's 3 of them. You have 1 more?
I believe it's 2 more.
Is it 2 more? It is 2 more. You're right. Oh. Little tiny spaghetti.
Just a little bit of pod fire again to lure the guy over.
Also, when you hack, the first little chunk of hacking juice is jeez, is larger. I went back to it. It's just so natural. It's just hacking juice. So the first little chunk of hacking juice is stronger than if you hold it, so you can just you can do it and then dash, and you'll see a really interesting application of that in a little bit later, when we're going to be using it for a big long hack, and it's going to have some very interesting ramifications on a cutscene in the game.
We have a long time until that, though.
Yeah, we do have a long time until that, don't we?
Yeah.
It's time for my least favorite enemies in the game. I don't know about other people's least favorite enemies in the game. I feel like mine has to do more with old rooting though, because we didn't have resilience, and then we didn't have
our final major operation.
No taunt.
No taunt.
Oh
gosh, it was miserable. You got freaking staggered by everything. That was miserable.
Especially those stubbies, which I'll point it out later, but
Do you understand?
Yeah, we're not quite there. I was forgetting a section of the game. I'll be honest, because we still have to do. You have to do the 4 or 5, or the 4 camps. 3 camps? 4 camps. 3 camps.
3.
3.
Look for machines that are
And then the mid boss, the real final boss.
The real tanky DPS check.
Yeah, there's huge tank buster coming up.
I see your Successful. Way to go.
No, dude, it's all about the medium biped that's in the first group of enemies that you fight. That medium biped is super scary. The one with the laser.
Dude, I'm talking about the, you know, the Goliath. The biped Goliath. That just randomly grabs you and kills you in one shot.
Yeah, even if you're nowhere near him, he likes to just grab you regardless.
His hitboxes are very deceptive.
So here is a very scary boy up here with a laser, and hopefully he's just gonna fall over. No. We're good.
That's the biped that Myth was talking about. And then the Goliath that I was talking about comes up after this next little camp or outcrop of enemies that we have to fight.
Unluckily for Myth, even though he's running Tauntless free, that biped that we pointed out will actually kill him in one hit, regardless of the fact he's using weaker chips.
Looks like it's going well down there. Every scanner in the force is involved in this operation. So let's try.
Mostly the reason because of that is because in C ending we encounter a lot more of these advanced enemies that, by definition, they just deal a lot more damage to the player. And if you get caught off guard by some of them, then they can really, really hurt you. Whoops. How did...
By the way, this is the enemy I was talking about. This big boy with the whirly arms is quite scary and has very large hitboxes. Taunt plus 6 makes pretty easy work of it, though. It melts.
11S to 9S, come in. Just about wrapped up.
I hate when that happens. You're doing like dash heavies or you're spear dashing and then you go over a piece of rubble and it's like, yes, let me heavy.
Until your combat data is uploaded, none of the scanner models can run updates. Appreciate it.
Don't know why that guy wasn't getting angered, but okay. Nice. I got him in the end.
These enemies are grass, and Amei has a lawnmower.
Unit 9S should rendezvous with Unit 2B before the combat situation worsens.
Wait, what?
I'm cutting their lives short, so to speak.
I was just saying words. That means nothing.
Actually, no, Shabby, that's pretty deep of... I'm not gonna lie.
So Amei's just running past. I'm just gonna trigger a scene here. You're gonna kill all these enemies, and then he's gonna have my least favorite enemies in the whole game. I hate them with a vengeance, and they are the worst. Nobody likes them. They're not invited to dinners.
So usually you can skip that dialogue at the beginning of the shmup, but I didn't because I was silly and I didn't pause skip.
That makes two of us, actually.
For some reason, that
don't hurt me, please.
So you might be wondering, but Chabu, this doesn't look too bad. Why do you hate these enemies? Well, they do these little giant AoE things, and if you get hit by them, then you get hacked, and different parts of your gaming experience get ruined or robbed from you. Right now, Amei has a visual hack, which is really not that big of a deal, but it can take away your jump, it can take away your dash, and it can take away your attack. So it literally can just take away all of your ability to deal damage, and that is very unfortunate, which is why Amei had to buy some cure minutes just in case that happens. You can dash through the AoE, but sometimes it just feels like you're in the middle of something and you just get hit, which is why Amei is using SD, so SD to cancel animations and fall down to the ground faster, which is really nice because the sword keeps spinning and spinning and spinning and life keeps going on, but you're actually able to readjust yourself and do dashes and not get hurt or hit and have a wonderful whale of a time.
I'm having a whale of a time, Shaver.
Yep, having a whale of a time, wailing on some enemies, having a time.
Oh.
Oh!
I just did something very stupid.
Oh, no! Oh my god! Oh my god! How far back does that put you? I forgot.
Start OC.
Oh my gosh! Myth just took a commanding lead.
Pog?
Holy crap! He just got ending O.
We're heading out to support other squadrons.
Oh.
We'll join you and provide further
Oh, did you run away from 2B?
Yeah.
How? What?
I forgot to hack her.
I thought you hacked her.
Yeah, you have to hack her again.
Oh yeah. Oh my god.
I forgot the second hack. So I guess I've just lost about 15 minutes of progress.
Alright, so you know how I said that like literally anything could happen and then C ending is nuts and then Amei, loses a lot of time? Well, there you go. Not exactly the hypest way to gain a lead, but hot damn if that's not kind of dope. I'm sorry, Amei, that it comes at your expense, but
nah.
Myth has a considerable lead now.
It can definitely turn quite quickly.
But now Myth has to just not die.
So, Raj, about those $5.
Let's go, Roger. $5.
Why are they going nuts like this? I thought Eve's network was destroyed.
This is Unit 7B with Vanguard Squadron Delta. We're currently pinned down by a number of machines
So,
that appear to have lost
I
their
don't
minds.
have a ton to say because we've seen all this now.
Yeah. This seems oddly familiar.
Are you
I'm
getting
talking
deja
about
vu?
Myth
I think
now,
I'm
'cause
getting deja vu.
He's ahead, so I need to favor the one who's ahead. I'm sorry, Amei. It's
so being robbed from
awkward.
me.
Wait, does that mean that more people are going to be noticing my bad beelines?
Yeah.
Oh god.
Everyone is looking at you. All eyes on you. Don't die.
All eyes on me, don't die. Gotcha.
So we're coming up on my least favorite enemies in the game.
Funny how they
Interestingly
come
enough,
back
this
so soon.
This is like one of the only places you fight them, if not the only place you fight them.
We were fighting for our damn lives.
Trying to think if one of them pops up in the boxes. I don't think so. I think this is the only place you fight them.
You got it.
Oh.
We're fine, we're fine.
Yeah, you're fine. I never learned how to do that. SD.
It's really weird because those stubbies all have main quest markers on them, so you'd think that you'd have to kill all of those. No. You have to kill, I guess, some of them? Never really took note which ones.
It's kind of like Mook's room.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
So like we were saying beforehand, this is kind of the worst fight in the game, both casually and speedrunning, because these enemies are all one-shots and or two-shots, depending on what strats you go with. And if they decide to hack you a bunch of times, then they can really make this fight go slowly, or if they just don't hack you at all, then the fight goes by way faster. Sometimes you can, like, dodge the yellow ring dome thing that they cast, but sometimes you can't avoid it. Because if you're in, like, the middle of a damage glitch, like, right there, I just can't avoid that.
Ooh, what did you lose there? Alright, hack one.
So here are the
This is what I'm
strategy.
naming it.
Yep, you might want to, yeah.
So the strategy here is to basically run away to almost trigger the ending, but not actually get the ending. Pod will cancel the dialogue that 2B and 9S are saying, and you can just immediately start hacking 2B.
Just
It's all
another
that
little
easy.
dialogue cancel.
It's thrown me off.
All the what? The
All that
A
A to Z routing.
The A
Oh,
to Z.
A A to Z. Alright, so now we are in uncharted territory.
I located the unit that's
I'm
jamming
so
our
sorry. And now this enemy is kind of spooky too.
Oh, I probably shouldn't have buffed up for that guy, but that's fine. So I'm doing a series of picture books here. Basically, there's just a bunch of dialogue that we have to wait here in the pit.
You're just waiting for very specific words, right?
Yeah.
Because the thing with picture book is that it will get rid of a chunk. So it's really just about getting rid of these chunks of dialogue and waiting for a certain word to pass by to get to a certain chunk of dialogue. Kind of like with mansplaining, how we waited for only then, or you can do the double. All that.
You'll also notice that I decided to run right up against 9S because he is the trigger for that after all that dialogue is said. So if you're instantaneously on, or if you're on top of 9S, then the next section just immediately triggers. Also, I'm like spamming through all my buffs here.
So, I don't know. These enemies are kind of spooky. IMO.
Yeah, they're pretty spooky.
Because they hit pretty fast. I think it's the speed. You don't fight a lot of enemies with this much speed. In E ending, especially, or in A ending for that matter. Also rip all of them. I think it's probably a bit scarier for Amei.
Oh, for sure. With Taunt plus 6, basically your goal is to not get hit by many of the enemies in the game.
Alright, so just clearing out bunker, just doing good combat. Listen to those screams. Yowzers. Sounds painful.
How did I not aggro those? What? Okay. So sometimes you're really supposed to be, I guess, doing this fight with clumps of these Yorha, because that way you can get more with each damage glitch. Because they're so nimble that it's very difficult to at least get them.
They're so nimble the line.
Sorry.
I can't think for myself, so I have to say something when you say Nimba.
There we go. Okay.
Like, you guys ever heard of Kimbo the White Lion?
Never.
No.
Yeah, Kimbo the White Lion is it's like Lion King, but it's not Lion King. But I think Kimba might have come out first. I don't know. I really don't know. I'm sure someone knows the lore, but
Unfortunately, we skipped the best cutscene in the game. I'm very sad about it.
that's the real game.
Ooh, I just got hit by the hack, actually.
Alert. Multiple pursuers detected.
No. Oh no. The signal.
Okay.
So one of the best things that we get to experience in this section is RNG with E-Drug. And I didn't get it. So, like Shabu had mentioned before, we used to use a lot more E-Drugs in the E-ending route, but that was before picture books were found. So, the effect that I got here is basically does not change the speed of the dialogue, but there is one that does, and it's like a 1 in 6 chance or something for each E-Drug used. So if you have more than one E-Drug, you can just like use a bunch of E-Drugs until you get the one that you need.
This one is pretty funny though.
I like the one that turns everything blue.
Yeah, I like the one that makes it look like an old school, like green,
yeah,
like
green
asteroids. Yeah. there's a lot of different little E-drug interactions. But the thing is the dialogue. You know how like changing the voices was fast. E-drug dialogue change is really fast.
Right,
Also,
so I'm not gonna get ending O this time, hopefully.
fingers crossed. This is really hard trick apparently.
There we go.
Nice.
First try.
FFCS and NFCS systems unresponsive. Analysis. Offensive functionality lost.
Just one person clapping. And how that sounds. Anyway, so you know how we get infected here with the virus and then there's this really long, grueling, horrible thing? Just kidding. No, there's not actually. It turns out it's a really thin trigger and you can just go around it. Unfortunately, this does mean that 2B will get all of it at once. All of the virus will hit her just right at once.
Hey man, it's like ripping off a Band-Aid. You can't do it like little by little. You gotta do it all at once.
Mm-hmm. Totally. Like opening stitches.
Well, maybe not like stitches, but at least a Band-Aid.
See, the Band-Aid, I feel like the Band-Aid's a good thing. The virus hitting her all at once feels like a bad thing, but I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
I think that's just you.
Dang it.
Smile.
But yeah, so this is just really clean movement. B-lines, because you don't have to worry about all the stupid stagger stuff because of the virus. Such a convenient skip. Unfortunately, we can't save 2B. She is destined to die. I'm sure you knew that. If you're watching this...
Wow, Shabu, spoilers! We don't even get to see that in this run.
I know, I'm the worst. But yeah, it's gonna all hit us at once, so warning about that. It's gonna be bright light.
Also, shout out to these animations, they're so cool. It's even cooler on the light attack.
There's stuff we never see. We only ever see dash heavy. And then...
Boom!
Alert. Virus infection detected.
Who would have thought that doing the same attack animation over and over and over again would be fast?
I'd also like to point out that Amei is in Scary Town.
Yep.
Amei is in very Scary Town. So.
I am forever in Scary Town, pretty much.
Yeah, these enemies terrify me though, with like +6 because they're so fast and then they have really large attacks.
On the bright side, they do kind of just melt.
Yeah, you hit them once and they're like paper, they crumple.
So there on my screen, we had just briefly seen a little bit of A2. We won't be getting to her just yet.
I love A2, she's the best.
Scanning. Black box signal located. Alert. Large-scale ground tremors detected.
Trying to make sure that none of these moves get ahead of me, because otherwise they can block my path along the.
Oh yeah. They can just get right in front of
the bridge.
The bridge.
So here I'm just going to be mashing through. Fortunately, 9S is on the bottom option, and if I'm just constantly mashing, that will put me onto that option. So 9S is the one that we want here. We're going to progress his story first.
Ends up being faster.
Yeah.
We have to get Meat Box first.
The first of 3 different boxes.
Meat Box, then Soul Box, then God Box. You can do a double lift in Soul Box.
You can.
That, yeah. That slow walk there is so annoying. I remember always being so annoyed by it. It's like, let me go. Let me go. Come on.
Because every time, like, the point at which you stop slow walking is like right next to the chip vendor there. or the upgrade vendor, and it's really annoying because there's a very a small area for which you can escape that slow walk. It always feels like grueling to be trying to open that. Damn it. Okay, so what I was trying there while running into the transporter was trying to get the trying to fit in an input between two different dialogue blocks, so that way I can interact with the transporter and basically have the dialogue that 9S and Pod have between each other on the other side of this transporter. So by that point, the dialogue just doesn't matter because our goal is to get to the forest as fast as we can.
And then the dialogue can play out while we're moving around. But now we're gonna do 9S's Reverse Rainbow Road, which if you liked Rainbow Road,
I buffered an input. How did I buffer an input? What?
Huh. Oh, yeah.
No idea how that happened.
Sick. So this is just a long jump. That's all it really boils down to. And for 9S, that just involves a lot of pod hovers and then spins.
Yeah, pretty much.
Fun fact, you can get a pod hover spin by running off of an edge after holding down jump button. So we use that occasionally. Now we're in Meat Box.
The long jump that I did probably wasn't the best.
Oh.
I'm gonna play it safe.
Yeah, I don't think you went far enough in the water there, May.
Yeah. Little drown warp that I didn't quite get.
So you're just gonna reload?
Yeah.
That's smart.
Luckily
Better
not to
than-
the start of sea this time.
Yeah. Better than getting infected. So enemies in the boxes are pretty scary. They hit pretty hard. I guess I should... It's like, I feel like a broken record. I say that about every enemy. But like the boxes are actually scary, especially God Box.
Yeah, these enemies aren't so bad. They're 48. We were fighting level 50s earlier during the war, so they're not terribly scary. It's really only one floor in Meat Box that's actually scary.
The screamers, right?
Ow.
Ooh.
I'm pretty sure he could have killed me if I got hit. But he didn't hit me.
Wow.
That would have been really bad.
How the heck? Those guys hit like a truck.
Yeah.
I have no idea how that went through you.
Also, that spider is kind of scary. These bipeds are pretty scary. These advanced bipeds are also pretty scary. So, like, if you're not prepared for them, then they seriously hurt. Oh, right, yeah. Whoops, I'm one wave early.
So, Screamy Boys can explode, and they're pretty scary if they do explode.
There is a faster way of killing those guys with the explosives, but I'm not gonna tempt fate with that because I just don't really do that method very often. But you could basically stand underneath those explosive guys as they spawn in and kill them because they group up, and you could basically kill all of them in pod fire.
So this part's annoying. It's not really hard, it's just annoying. So there's some flyers that spawn. Wait, am I right? Is this the right
Yeah,
one?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the floor.
And so it's not like it's difficult, but they're just like annoying to get a hold of sometimes because they'll just like fly backwards. Myth's getting some pretty good luck though.
It's all about positioning, because you have to fight those, the gray flyers from, like, the inside of the ring.
Mm-hmm.
These guys are also kind of scary.
Yeah, those guys are spooky. Axe guys are spooky, spinners are spooky. And then the spinners can release bombs, which are very spooky.
It also doesn't help that as I'm damaging these guys, they're, like, actively running away from me.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was talking about, being really freaking annoying.
Just die! Oh my god, dude, that was really not that great.
Homie did not want to be near you. I mean, I get it, but like, I wouldn't want to be near 9S either.
It's understandable.
Speculation.
Good. Okay. So there, on that on the very top of Meatbox, you can just SD and kill all 4 of those enemies all at once, which feels good.
Unless you miss. Like
Unless you miss, then it's very bad.
Then it feels very bad because you're like, oh no, please, please. SD is amazing, but also not oddly, but also a little terrifying. Because if you miss or you mess up, and then you're in stumble and you don't quite get the heals on time.
So here I'm choosing 9S again. I just want to continue the segment here as 9S. We can get to A2 a little bit later. I don't think jumping here is probably faster, but I'm jumping anyway.
We're all tired. It's fine.
We're all pretty tired.
So I didn't quite get Oh no, carry on.
Before we go to Soulbox, I just want to deposit this one. So
yeah,
I could be going to Flooded City here, but I'm going to City Center. Just
we're gonna it's a little bit easier to fit it in here.
Yeah,
I find.
Yeah. So it actually ends up just working out better, the routing wise, because of the way that we've unlocked teleporters and the way that teleporters shut down in certain places in Sea Ending. So what we're going to do is we're going to go here and then unlock a subunit because it's going to be difficult for us to get back to it later, and then we're going to go into the ravine and then teleport and go do Soulbox. There we go.
Oh, balls. I was supposed to go to Flooded City.
Ah.
Dang it. Okay, so for the routing here, I'm just going to deposit this one before I go to Flooded City. And then we can continue on with Soulbox.
Yeah, so the way that teleporters work, which ones are open and which ones are closed in Sea Ending, it just works out that this is a better route to take, is to unlock a subunit and then go down into the ravine and then teleport to Flooded City.
Yeah. I find it's a lot easier to do it that way.
Dude, these inputs, man, like... I just can't get into Flooded City. I'll try this again next time. Okay, so I've transported to City Ruins here. I just want to deposit the key that I got before going to Soulbox.
Yeah, so the way that teleporters work, especially in Sea Ending, which ones are open and which ones are closed, it ends up just being like a better route to go through here and open a sub tower and then go into the ravine and transport to Flooded City.
Yeah, I find it's a lot easier that way.
Wait a minute. Why is the tower opening?
Alright, so that was a pretty good run from Myth. I thought that the Hegel segment was especially good. Remember when I said earlier that the first little bit of hacking juice is better than the rest of the hacking juice? Well, we're going to do the first bit of hacking juice, SD, to cancel the animation and get us out of it, and go do that over and over and over again, and this camera's just going to pan out, and out, and out, and out. And we're never going to see any other characters. It's just us. It's a really nice scenic shot. That's all it's meant to be.
I think it's supposed to depict the size of the crater or something.
Or the tower.
Or the tower? Like, yeah. I mean, you really only see the bottom of the tower. Like, nobody has time to look up at the top of the tower. How tall is the tower anyway? Like, I don't know.
I don't either. I can't answer that one. I don't know.
Lore.
Lore.
We're a big lore facts only channel here, guys.
Analysis. It is part of a closed defensive system. Hypothesis. Unit 9S could permit its self-consciousness data to lose control. The resulting energy surge has an acceptable probability of temporarily paralyzing the barrier.
So, to explain what we just did while we're waiting for the elevator to go up, what we've just done is skip basically 3 chapters in the game. 3 or 4 chapters, I forget exactly. But we basically go from doing Meatbox to opening the tower, which those of you who have played the game will know that there are like a significant number of events that happen between those two story elements. And we just skipped 3 of them? 4 of them? I don't remember.
A lot of them. It's more than that. We skip Dead Children, we skip the burning Pascal's Village, we skip 9S doing Soulbox, we skip A2 doing Hegel. We skip Godbox. We skip Pascal and A2 hanging out. We skip a lot of stuff.
Wow.
It's
okay.
Yeah. It's like it's a lot.
I guess we're doing this the legacy way.
Oh man. So there's a little I'm hesitant to call it a skip. There's a convenient way to use SD in this fight against the 2Bs, which if you SD kind of like right away, you wait for like a fraction of a second, then they're all grouped up and you just knock them all out in one go. This is actually, if you've watched an A to Z run, that's how we farm experience later. But it's a really nice, and it gets rid of all of this whole nonsense.
Yeah, usually that fight is a lot faster, but I'm tired, and I didn't time that very well.
Alright.
Alert. The structure known as the tower has opened.
Now we are into...
Wait, who is this character? Who are these characters? I don't know what's going on, man.
Oh, memes aside, I love A2. My favorite character to play as.
Another animation we never see.
Unless you play a modded save file. And try to run A ending with A2. Then you see it a lot. and you softball a lot. So B mode.
Oh, but that's besides the point.
Yeah. So B mode is really, really cool. B mode is A2's self-destruct, and it puts her into a state of faster attack speed, longer dash, higher attack damage, but at the expense of a constantly draining health bar. Now, the fortunate thing is it offers one-shot protection, I believe, right?
Yes.
So A2's B mode offers one-shot protection, and so you can just like heal up, which is really great, but you do kind of guzzle down recoveries like a greedy person. And so, yeah.
Yeah, you'll notice that I have, or at the beginning of C, I had bought max medium recoveries and max large recoveries. Those are because of these final fights in the tower. I need those HP pots so that way I can sustain getting hit by things as A2, because we consume a lot of recoveries. Also, Peachy. We might be able to hear that. I don't know whose audio was being focused on, but we might be able to hear it on the Amei stream later. But a funny thing...
Audio,
oh, it is my audio? Okay.
Yeah.
So, it's something that I was talking over, which is unfortunate, but because of the voice changer, we end up modifying A2's
we end up ruining the best
line
voice line in the game. Yeah, I
best
agree.
voice line in the game.
Glad we
And,
agree that we ruined the best voice line in the game. Right?
Yeah. Peachy
I disagree.
is the best.
Wow. Maybe I misunderstood. I like the Peachy as we hear it, rather than the Peachy of the past, so to speak.
I'm call me old-fashioned. Because I like me a good old Peachy. I feel like this sounds like we're talking about something else. We're literally just talking about the voice line. But I miss the days. I miss the days of no voice changer. Oh, but it's slow. So slow.
So I did just take a safety save there, because tower is kind of scary, and I don't want to mess it up. Because otherwise, if I were to die, I would totally be reset all the way back to the beginning of C.
Yeah, that's not too fun.
Especially now. Then we would be going overestimate.
Amei's never experienced anything like that.
No, I've never had something like that happen.
Believe me, I've experienced that before, and it's not very fun.
Yeah, I have too. If you run E or A to Z, then you've probably experienced going back to the beginning of
I mean,
C
even
at least
casually,
once.
like, you're... I guess it doesn't... Like, sometimes people, I guess, just forget that you aren't able to collect your body in C, so people are just accustomed to those mechanics from A and B, and just take it for granted. So once that mechanic is taken away, people just, I guess, forget.
Yeah.
Just a little status update for everyone. My keyboard is dead again.
Good.
Luckily, I won't be needing it for the rest of the run.
Well, that's a silver lining, right?
Yep.
As I've said about 20,000 times already, these guys are really scary on Myth screen.
Especially that guy.
Yeah.
Which, fortunately, I got him all in one shot.
Wow, yeah. I just saw that. That's good.
So
And
that
got the...
medium flyer can one-shot me if he's taunted with his ranged attacks, which becomes very scary if he, like, obviously I'm right up in his face, so if any of those attacks hit me, it's a bad time.
You also got the sword behind the shield on the first medium biped.
Yeah, a lot of 9S's combat is heavily dependent on your positioning, which is very fun. That's the redeeming factor of E-ending runs, is that I did it. is that 9S combat, I guess, it requires a lot of, I guess, positioning and thinking about your positioning, whereas in regular A ending runs, you can very much just face tank enemies' attacks. In E ending runs, you cannot do that. You have to be thinking about enemies and knowing what you can take, what you can't take.
I forget, do these kill you one shot with or
No,
is it
two-shot.
two shot with +3? Okay.
They are very scary though.
Yeah, because they
Oh,
clump,
yeah.
they like to clump up together and do attacks at the same time. So the likelihood of you getting hit twice is very high.
Like right there, if both of those guys were
right there.
taunted, like right, I almost, okay.
Yeah. Jeez, you're tempting fate. You're tempting fate with that one.
So having 3 of these guys on me all at the same time is kind of scary.
It's alright, you can play it safe. A little bit. Alright. So Amei showed you pretty much the right way to do the 2B section. And now we get into ball 3 and 4 are going to alternate and then become double ball. And that's all that this is going to be doing.
Wow, that camera is holy wow.
Are you going for the skip?
I am.
Cool. All right, so Myth is going to open this door and then try to get a clip out to save a little bit of time. Got a little bit of broke the leg because it's a little bit safer and not quite as scary because ball 3 over there can hit you while you're trying to do this clip, and it is painful.
Alert. Enemy hacking detected. Proposal. Retreat immediately.
So here I did a picture book at the beginning of A2's Red Girl, as we call this fight. A lot of this is just waiting, but at least in this wave, I'm having to kill these as they spawn in.
So this is going to be a lot of picture booking in a second here.
But also a lot of waiting. Like,
yeah,
there's a buttload of dialogue here, and the only way of skipping them is, again, in the right timings. So having to wait for those specific blocks to expire, where it's less worthwhile to be picture booking through like this here. This skips a significant portion of that dialogue.
This is another area where back in the day we would e-drug it before picture book. And again, we can just see how much damage Amei does. Not while he's reading books, but
I'm having story time here.
But with the ground he's able to gain in these sections where it's so heavily combat focused, the time that Amei's able to gain back is pretty crazy. You can really see the difference in taunt 6 and taunt 3.
Well, I think my life split did something really weird. Because that's not how far ahead I am.
Consciousness data saturation rate, 90%.
Do I have Dragoon Lance? No, I do not, unfortunately. Although it's kind of funny how the virtual version of Spear is depicted as like a really wonky Dragoon Spear with a really long handle.
The enemy's consciousness has begun to fracture.
So I'm buffing up here and then skipping the cutscene. That's to allow me to jump into the fray and SD a bunch of these down, so that way a lot of that cannon fodder is just dead as I initiate the fight.
The saturated consciousnesses are now in conflict with each other.
And then you're in B mode, which is my favorite part of the combat, honestly.
Oh, for sure.
I
B
love
mode is
B-mode.
awesome because it has an area of effect when you activate it, and it gives you like iframes once you're in B mode, lots of damage, lots of speed. It's awesome.
Like, if SD is a Swiss Army knife, B mode is the whole kitchen.
I agree with that statement.
It's very accurate.
I hope that makes sense. I feel like it's not. An analogy doesn't work as an analogy. Maybe the whole toolbox? I don't know. Whatever.
You don't keep your Swiss Army knife in the kitchen?
So I'm being very careful on this boss here, because if he hurts me, then I basically die while he's taunted. Because I haven't buffed up. Though I'm going to be picture booking right now. So that skips again more of his dialogue. And we just transition. So this layer is going to be a lot of routing on my side, so there's very intricate things that I need to do as both characters to get through the rest of this section here.
That was very speedy.
So scary. It's so scary.
Gotta go fast.
I know, but it's so scary. Alright, so we're back at everyone's favorite shmup. The shmup.
Some of these are tied to dialogue here as 9S, but the gist of it is basically just waiting for the dialogue once you get the threshold of the boss.
So I think it's interesting that the speedruns of this game make it look like there's a lot more shmup than there is, because we skip so much of the actual like 3D action part that all that's left is the shmup.
Okay, that one's not very happy. These two medium flyers are super not nice. I don't like them at all.
Yeah, they're flying super far away from you.
Also, I have to be careful as A2, because if I'm not careful, I can lose a lot of HP very quickly, but also as I'm using like a medium recovery, I can be picking up items off the ground, and which could also kill me. Also, as 9S here, I'm choosing to not deal with the enemies on my side, mostly because I want to keep the damage on the boss. And I can usually just threshold him by just keeping that podfire on him. Instead, you would have to wait at least a few seconds to threshold him the rest of the way.
Alright, so the rest, by the way, this has been true for a little bit, but the rest of the game is boss rush. And then one final shmup. But it's a different kind of shmup, so it's okay. I think most people like the final shmup.
I'm a big fan.
It's like the best feeling for me anyway, especially at the end of an A to Z run, and you're in there and you're just like, you got all the emotions going on.
Like this part of any ending run is always such a because there's so many things that have to be done in the elevator sequence that it's just a lot of adrenaline.
Yeah. They definitely save the roughest parts for last, as far as the speedrun goes.
I'm pretty sure it's faster to be killing these arm things, but
so
I
with
just don't
Taunt
have
plus
the damage for
6,
that.
you do have the damage, but with Taunt plus 3, you can't.
Not without buffing up, at least, and I don't want to be buffing up, because then that means I'm slowing down the boss. Although when I'm damaging the boss, I do want to be buffed, because his attacks hurt. Although my attacks hurt a lot, so...
Just don't get hit.
Yeah, just don't get hit.
Forehead.
So this fight is kind of unique in that when I'm leaving the fight, I need to be very careful on how I skip the cutscene. This is probably the only cutscene in the game that does this, but because we're just going through the game so fast, things are having to be loaded super fast.
We affectionately call this hold B to skip.
Because we have to hold B to skip the cutscene.
Yeah, we're not the brightest. We're not. We don't have the wittiest names.
So once he's done with the dialogue, I'm just going to hold B to skip, and we can continue fighting as A2. And then this... I'm just going to finish off with the two pod programs, and then we're going to transition into the mountaintop fight between all these guys.
Mountaintop?
I call this the mountaintop just because we're at the very top of the tower.
The zenith. Double ball fight.
Ooh. Ow.
This fight always spoofs me, because you're like switching back and forth so much, and they just like... It just hits so hard. It's like, not necessarily the most terrifying, but it like... A lot's going on. I'm sorry, also.
So this electricity that he has is also very scary because I can die very quickly if I touch him, but because I have foolproof salves, I completely nullify that effect, which makes this fight a lot easier than it used to be. And there we go.
I love when you get into this mode. You get, you're getting, like, circled around on the leg. Alright, and now we just have to get 2 more endings. D and C and D, and then we get E. And the way you do that is by killing one or the other.
Oh, come on, dude. Really? I was so close to killing him, because I think I was still... Yeah, I was still buffed up as A2.
Oh.
Dude. One tick.
Yeah, literally.
So this this area is kind of wonky, because... at least in the way that I'm spear dashing, it makes it very cumbersome to be doing straight lines and spear dashing at the same time, so I'm just gonna dash swing for these, and then start spear dashing once we're up on the thing.
Severe virus corruption. Probability of successful deletion extremely low. The idea under consideration is not recommended.
So I have a quick question. How are we looking on time?
Oh, we have plenty of time. 40 minutes.
Oh,
We're coming...
is it actually that long?
40 minutes RTA.
Oh, that's plenty.
So...
Really?
Yeah, Amei caught up, like, a lot. Like, I put the estimate super high, because, at least for Amei, this is, like, child's play. for me, it was actually kind of like, okay, am I actually going to be able to finish an E ending in this amount of time?
Yeah, we're at 403 right now. Dang. All right, and there is ending D, ending C.
Yeah, that one's C. We're going to be getting D.
Yeah. So I have a question. Are you going to go for the little Easter egg, or shall I? Since I'll be behind. I mean, it is a race at the end of the day, so...
I can do it. I mean, my pace isn't very good. From what I'm looking at live split, so I'll do it.
Alright, we get to see something
right chapter.
Tasty.
Yeah, right now I'm looking at 355 loadless.
Yeah, that's still fairly decent.
Well, I mean, plus the 8 minutes or so for 8-9 minutes for the final credits, so I'm definitely not. I'm close to PB, but I'm not like challenging my PB.
I mean, I think my run died with ending O.
Oh, for sure.
So.
You think?
Man, I haven't done this one. I haven't done this a very long time. But it always feels good to do this. So here I'm just hacking A2. I might actually want to buff up.
This is one of my favorite Easter eggs, I think, in a game.
Oh, for sure.
I still don't know what that last one is, what that last character is meant to be.
Did I? Wait, what? Oh, okay. I thought I forgot one there. Okay.
I was confused for a second too. I heard you talking, and then I saw what happened. I was like, oh,
please don't hurt me.
Huh. Oh. Hey, two, stop. Chill. Oh my gosh. That was so unfortunate. It wasn't that bad, but it was just... she just kept getting...
It was really unfortunate.
Like, you didn't die is what I mean. But it was like... Oh. Yeah, okay, cool.
I like the camera perspective here, especially being like close third person. Feels very nice.
Yeah, it's really good. I hear the paddles.
Dang it.
Did you die?
No, but I'm close.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, I did a little bit too much damage, which is not common.
Weird.
For me, so I'm trying to get a self-destruct off to finish him off just a little bit faster, but when he can also one-shot you, it's not so simple.
Yeah. It's alright. There are worse places to die.
Yeah, this is definitely the hardest part of any 2+6 run, by far.
Alright. This is what you've been hacking the whole time. And it has your level, and it has like your attack, and yeah.
Oh yeah, it also... Okay, so it shows the range defense, level 37, how much gold I have, nice.
Yeah. It's so cool.
I actually didn't realize it updated. That's pretty sick.
Oh, you didn't?
I did not.
Yeah, it has your level and and your funds and all EXP and all that stuff. It's really cool.
I always thought it was like a preset value.
No, otherwise we wouldn't be level. What is that, 37?
So if I choose to hack A2 again, she should be just doing the regular... Oh, she's laying into me.
Just end it, man. End it. All right. Now, question, Myth. Are you a kill the names to save the frames, or are you a save the names to kill the frames?
We can try and save the names.
I'm all about killing the frames. Killing the names. Oh god. Save the frames.
Yes. Kill the names. That's where I'm at too.
Oh.
And now you can relax. As long as you don't press the wrong option.
As long as I don't press the wrong option, I've done
Dude,
that before.
I've done that. Oh my gosh, it's the worst.
Erica Lindbeck was an enemy? What? I just saw that name, I didn't realize. How did... interesting. I don't know why, but I always see new names in the list of voice actors. Synchronized -1 poggers.
Synchronized -1, yeah. Let's go, Rogers, $5.
So here I am choosing to connect to the network. It would be pretty bad if I needed to do this without connecting to the network, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
That was something we talked about when the category was being made.
Unfortunately, it might actually become a reality in the event that Square Enix decides, you know what, let's shut these servers down because they're not going to be around forever. And that's kind of the age that we live in gaming, which really sucks because at some point in the future, you will not be able to experience this fight as you can as the game's creators made it. So yes, you can do this fight by yourself without accepting help, but it's just way less fun in my eyes to be doing it that way. So getting help is a lot more fun because you get to just finish off the run on a good note.
Rod, we can make our own servers, just trap remote mine in a cage.
I think that would be pretty cool. If the community is able to reverse engineer whatever server hosting is required for the names, then that'd be awesome.
Just replace all the names with memes.
Oh yeah, dude. I'm sure that could happen. You just always pull from the same names.
Big chicken.
Alex Starfree.
Alex Starfree.
Starfree.
Test.
Oh. There we go. Good stuff, guys. I know it's technically not over yet, but
It's almost over.
the end is in sight. Which means my dinner is in sight.
My dinner is soon to be in my belly.
Oh.
Shelby, you could probably check for us, but what game is next on the schedule for ARPGME? Because unlike ARPGME 2018, this is not the final run of the marathon.
Let me check.
So I'm pretty sure those guys are
Parasite
preparing.
Eve, any percent.
Nice.
The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. I'm sure everyone will learn all about it.
I know
I'm not
I
sure
sure
if you
did.
guys have ever played Parasite Eve.
I have not.
I haven't either.
I'll leave the story to them. Since that one sentence is all I really know.
It looks spooky. I'll probably check it out. I'll watch that run. Looks dope.
Oh boy. So because we're in like the last, I guess, 10 minutes of the run or so, was there anything that you guys wanted to throw out there? I don't know if we wanted to close it out just now or wait until we're both done.
There is one thing I would like to point out. If you guys like NieR, there is an even higher skill cap run of NieR later in the marathon, which is fishing percent.
Pog.
It's
Tell me more about
really
that,
great.
Amei.
So 2 teams competing to see who can catch all of the fish in the game first. You'll see some game progression. A couple of walls may be broken. You will see plenty of fishing. Lots of pod, whatever it is. Calling, I guess, 9S garbage in the amusement park sewers.
Oh, nice.
Operation Cleanup.
You will see the best pipe, iron pipe.
Yes. You'll see the best pod.
Pod B.
Pod B.
I'm sure that will be a highly strung, intense run to watch.
I think so too. I'm pretty excited for that one myself.
Me too.
Just as well, we didn't actually spoil the fishing mechanics, did we?
Yeah.
So everyone's
Dude, like, did you know there's fishing in this game? What?
Yeah.
Find out next time.
You showed a little preview when you killed Core 1.
It's just a little preview.
It's sort of
Just a
like,
little
like a
preview.
taste, just a little. Ooh, wow! What an appetizer! I'm so ready for the full meal, which is fishing percent. What a delicious little morsel that I was able to feast upon. Thank you, Myth. I'll check out the fishing.
Shelby, I want that read as like a text-to-speech block.
I want you to know I'm leaning so far back in my chair, and my head was back, and my eyes were closed when I said that. I've lost it.
Nice.
Oh yeah, Golden
Special
Machine
thing.
live form.
Sorry?
Oh, the Golden Machine heads.
Shabu, you're giving too much away.
I'm sorry, I'm just too excited. I can't wait. I'm losing sleep over this. Help, I can't sleep because I'm too excited about fishing for something. I am excited about it. I know I sound really sarcastic. I am excited about it.
Oh god, that's a lot of blobs. Okay. And time for Myth.
GG.
GG. Finish with
Ending oof.
40934.
Oof.
Ending oof.
Everything that lives is designed
At
to
least
end.
a world first was
They
done
are
today.
perpetually trapped in a
Yeah.
never-ending spiral of life and death.
The ending race in a marathon.
However,
Yep.
life is all about the struggle within this cycle.
Two boys find things they have not seen before in a factory.
Yeah.
Pod 153 to Pod 042. How is it going?
I am embarrassed.
Well,
Why is that?
thank you, Myth, for the exhilarating electric ecstatic run.
Yeah, that was pretty hype. The final time that I ended up getting was 40934 loadless, 41918 RTA.
Nice.
Coming up on time.
Too abstract for me to understand it this time.
Or not, there's another wave.
My list of things to analyze later.
They're always baiting me.
Wow, way to debate the restreamer.
Did the data salvage restore all
Oh, there's more. Never mind. I'm a little well off. Sorry, Dale.
Those recovered parts of the same design as previous ones?
Yes.
Then, won't that simply lead us to the same conclusion as before?
I cannot deny the possibility.
Well, thanks guys for having me on for commentary.
Yeah.
Yep. Thanks for joining. All right, now I'm actually coming up on time.
A future is not given to you. It is something you must take for yourself.
And as soon as it fades to white, time.
I just realized I'm really sad because since you sell the text stuff, you don't get to see the names that you destroy.
No.
Unfortunately, we don't get to see those names.
That's really sad.
153 to player. Please respond to this query. Do you, faithful player, have anything?
Well, I hope everybody enjoyed the ending run. It's super cool. It's a super cool run. These guys are obviously awesome at it. Thanks for having me on and letting me say yum yum too many times.
Way too many times.
Way too many times.
But dude, guys, thanks for being here. This was awesome. We've never done
thank you very much.
ending as a race before on a marathon. We have done friendly races within the community.
First ever ending race was never finished. An unfortunate soft lock event. Dude, I'd be down for an A to Z race next. That was one of the most fun moments of NieR running for me, was racing Fullis in A to Z.
I will be down. Maybe we could sort something for our lad or something.
I need to play against a toddler. I'm not good. Amei, it can't be you.
Right, so I'm gonna plug something really quickly while we still have time. If anyone is interested in learning the NieR Automata run, be it A ending, E ending, the illustrious fishing percent, or its little, younger sibling.
No, don't.
Mackerel percent.
No, don't
Shabu's favorite run.
Shabu's favorite run.
Don't talk. No, stop. It hurts. It's still fresh.
I'm sure Rod can hit us up with a link since my keyboard is non-functional right now.
He posted it a little earlier.
But you can find us at www.sponsoredbydrakengard.com.
Actually, I don't think www works, but http:// sponsored-by-drakengard.com. You can also find us at discord.nearspeedrun.com. That links to our Discord. You can also find us on speedrun.com. I think /NA, I think, is the link for NieR Automata.
I believe so.
But we have all the resources that you need for all of the runs that we have, and more. There's always more stuff to be found in this game, things getting broken. And this game does break a lot, as you've seen, so...
It's a fun time. Join us.
Join us and open your mind.
Oh, my back. I feel like an old man.
Yeah, I gotta stand up and stretch.
It's dinner time.
Yeah.
But yeah, Amei, if you want to plug your Twitch.
Twitch.tv/Amei with 3 eyes. That is just I, as opposed to what Rod seems to believe.
You can find me at twitch.tv/Mytherium, as you see on the stream.
You can find me once a year at shabu_TM on Twitch as well. But thank you guys so much for having us. Thanks for letting us show off this awesome, dope run. And having some fun and spaghetti along the way.
Plenty of spaghetti.
Thanks to my buddies and illustrious, fantastic runners, Mytherium and Amei, and thanks for having me on again, guys.
Yep.
Getting out of
Thank
that
you, Shabu.
voice.
Thanks for being here, Shabu.
A lot of fun.
Alright, well, GG's, guys.
GG.
I'm gonna head off.
GG's.
Good luck on the other runners.